guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. President Biden has invoked executive privilege to prevent the release of audio recordings of his interview with special counsel Robert Hur. House Speaker Mike Johnson weighs in on the decision, speaking from the steps of the U.S. Capitol.
President Biden is apparently afraid for the citizens of this country and everyone to hear those tapes. They obviously confirm what the special counsel has found, and would likely cause, I suppose, in his estimation, such alarm with the American people that the president is using all of his power to suppress their release.
This comes as multiple Republican-led House committees are considering holding Attorney General Merrick Garland in contempt of Congress over his refusal to hand over the audio recordings. NOAA says Texas and Louisiana are a high risk of flash flooding. The states could see up to 9 inches of rain over the next 48 hours, as well as tornadoes, damaging winds, and hail. Some of the Texas cities under the biggest threat of severe weather include San Antonio, Austin, and Houston. Meanwhile, cities in Louisiana like Lake Charles and Alexandria could also see severe weather. Congressional Republicans were in attendance at former President Donald Trump's hush money trial in New York on Thursday, condemning the case as a partisan exercise. Speaking outside the courthouse, Florida Republican Congresswoman Anna Paula Lunas says the case was designed to help President Biden's re-election campaign.
It is corrupt lawfare. It's the Biden prosecutions, and Biden, you're going to lose this election cycle.
Court will not be in session on Friday as President Trump will be attending his son Barron's graduation. The eyes of the golf world are on Louisville, Kentucky, where the second major of the year is taking place this weekend, the PGA Championship. This is USA News.
Do you want to save money on your next flight? Then pick up the phone and call. That's right, call. Because the best prices are not online. They're with SmartFares. See, SmartFares has special deals with the airlines. When they have unsold seats, they use SmartFares to fill them. So you get airline tickets at crazy low prices. They have access to great prices and discounts at over 500 different airlines. plus 300,000 hotels and rental car companies. Their prices are too low to publish online. With the extra money you'll save, you can book another trip or treat yourself to dinner or shopping. So stop searching all of those travel sites to find the lowest price on your next flight. Let one of our SmartFares expert travel agents find the best price for you. Call SmartFares today and get ready to see the world with a fat wallet.
800-871-3291. 800-871-3291. 800-871-3291. That's 800-871-3291.
Airports across the country are anticipating higher than usual activity during the upcoming summer travel season. The TSA's Lisa Farbstein projects a 6 to 8% rise in air travel nationwide compared to last year.
Basically, we are seeing passenger volume that exceeds pre-pandemic levels. And that's what we're going to be seeing starting next week.
The TSA suggests there's a strong possibility of screening 3 million or more passengers in a single day on multiple occasions, potentially setting a new record high. New details are out regarding which diets will put you most at risk for cancer. USA's Corey Myers has the details.
Eating a vegan, vegetarian, or lacto-ovo vegetarian diet can significantly reduce the overall risk of developing cancer, heart disease, and dying early from cardiovascular disease, according to new research. Vegetarians don't eat any animal flesh, while the lacto-ovo version of vegetarianism allows dairy products and eggs while excluding all meat, poultry, and fish. And, of course, veganism, the stricter form, bans any food products made from meat, poultry, and seafood, as well as any animal byproducts, such as gelatin. However, these diets go right out the window if you consume sugary drinks like juices or alcohol or tobacco.
For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old world.
Well, would you look at that? According to the clock on the wall, we've crossed over the midnight hour. Well, in the Eastern Time Zone, that means it's Friday. Ready or not, weekend is upon us. What do we have? Oh, yeah, Preakness weekend for horse racing aficionados. Be a lot of folks putting money on Mystic Dan. Can we see a horse make that second step toward a Triple Crown this weekend? We'll find out. First things first, though, good to have you joining us here right out of the box of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. A cloudy night outside the secret bunker, a little drizzle out there, but not bad. Temperature-wise, 66 degrees. We'll take it. We do have a rather active weather night impacting your travels in the southeast. A line of strong thunderstorms pushing through southern Louisiana at this hour. Matter of fact, they did hoist a tornado warning, which is a confirmed tornado on the ground. This is currently in place for southwestern St. John the Baptist Parish in southeastern Louisiana, central St. James Parish. Again, confirmed tornado on the ground there. Let's see, about 11 miles east of Donaldsonville, if you're familiar. That cell moving east at 45 miles per hour. They did have a tornado warned cell also, infacting I-10 there, Interstate 10 in Louisiana, between the 184 and 188 mile markers. That is in effect as we speak, tornado warning there. That same cluster of storms had moved through the Houston area earlier this evening, and I just, based on some of the photographs I've seen, I can't confirm whether it was straight line wind damage or a tornado, but it was a severe storm with tornado warnings that passed through the Houston area and surrounding areas, a trail of damage left behind. In West Harris County, ABC News cameras captured a number of we're talking power lines, but we're not talking your little power poles on the street. We're talking those major transmission lines. Yeah, the big boys that feed millions of people, potentially. Yeah, last check, they said nearly 1 million people were without power this evening. We're talking about the strong power lines, the ones that carry the highest current. It takes a lot of wind to topple something like this. They are built to withstand high winds, according to Chief Forecaster Dave Tillman, as they were showing footage of and it's numerous. Now, not just one or two. I mean, it looks like maybe a dozen of these high power lines down. In the same area, images showing damage to a number of businesses, the Cy Springs High School. Down the road from that area, the Cypress Springs Retail Plaza took a lot of damage. In the northeast part of the city, images of damage to the Crab Junkie, images showing lots of downed trees and debris everywhere. So in downtown Houston, the Hyatt Regency Hotel, apparently, numerous windows blown out of the high-rise hotel there. Rain, water pouring inside, and not clear about any injuries there. But that's the cluster of storms that is now prompting flooding, severe thunderstorm warnings, and several tornado warnings in southern Louisiana. This is going to be moving on into southern Mississippi, southern Alabama, into the Florida Panhandle through the overnight hours. Traveler's Weather brought to you by Big Daddy Walker Productions here. So it's the parent storm responsible for these severe thunderstorms and flooding downpours tonight that's going to continue shifting eastward, the lower Mississippi Valley as we head into Friday, reaching the southeast coast at the beginning of the weekend. It's going to be an active pattern across the southern states and the Gulf Coast. From eastern Texas, lower Mississippi Valley, eventually as far east as portions of Alabama, western Florida, could face more than one round of severe weather Friday into Friday night. Could be talking isolated tornadoes, obviously damaging wind gusts and hail. For your Friday morning commute here, just a matter of hours away along the Interstate 10 corridor from New Orleans to Tallahassee, Florida, could be a zone significantly impacted by a cluster of thunderstorms, packing downpours and gusty winds. Part of this zone may experience a lull in thunderstorm activity during the midday and early afternoon hours before the atmosphere kind of recharges, reinvigorates, and another cluster of storms travels near or along Interstate 10. Now, that risk of severe weather will continue into the weekend, at least in a localized fashion. But big concerns about flooding. Yeah, outdoor graduations, wedding ceremonies, beach plans. A lot of folks are going to be disrupted this weekend. Yeah, the next few days of wet weather are going to add to some of the staggering rainfall totals this month. In Mobile, Alabama, nearly 8.5 inches of rain had fallen as of Thursday morning. You would see typically in the entire month of May less than 5.5 inches. It looks like severe weather returns to the midsection of the country. We're looking ahead several days by the second half of the weekend and on into early next week. This region does catch a break over the next couple days, but they're now looking ahead at a multi-day risk of severe weather returning to the midsection of the country starting Sunday. So be weather aware. Omaha, Kansas City, Des Moines, Chicago, and Oklahoma City, just a handful of cities that may be impacted by thunderstorms one or more days during the first half of next week. Now, right now, they're saying Tuesday could be a significant day of severe weather as that system intensifies, pulls in that warm, humid air out of the Gulf of Mexico. So after a bit of a break this week, back to our typical springtime severe weather season once again. So we'll delve a bit more into the big concern of flooding this weekend. And those areas right now in central Louisiana, we've got flood warnings there in southeastern Texas to include the Houston area, where those cells had pushed through here earlier in the evening. 2 to 4 inches of rain coming down in 1 hour's time, if you could imagine. That is torrential rainfalls. Meanwhile, who's on board? All right, Philly Dan. Out of the box, TGIF. You're right there. Hope everybody has a great weekend. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Hello, Pappy. It's TGIF. And somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust, hidden in the Hot Shot secret bunker, Mr. Summers throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. The Stiction Eliminator power mic is on, and stay Bill your lane, or you're going to get run over by the overnight drive radio frequency waves, traveling faster than a speeding bullet. Dial us up at 844-844-3388. Don't be a scarecrow. Be a part of the show. It's a beautiful 64 degrees on the back deck of Harrison, Ohio. Little rain on the way. Where the hell is our two-time world champion manure hauler? Lost at sea? Eaten by cannibals? Run off with Stormy? Thrown off a moose and left for dead in the wilderness? Where, oh where can our monkey be? Maybe, if we stay tuned, he might just emerge from the forest canopies. Anyway, throw another log on the fire, heat up that cup of joe, let's get the party started. Or you can be like Big Ed. You can't find 'em, grind 'em. Are you with me? I did have a chance to chat with Big Ed a little bit earlier there Thursday morning. Just wanted to check up on him because it was kind of a significant day this past day, the anniversary of the passing of his wife. So he said it's just, for whatever reason, on that day, the memories come rushing back in. I've never experienced that, so I can't say I understand, and hopefully don't ever have to go through that. Hello to Marianne. Good to have you on board. Hello, Steve, the overnight family. Everybody have a great weekend. Rubber Duck. Wait. Is not that the late? I'm still eating wings and drinking beer. It's that late already? Oh, I got my grandkid stuff to be proud of. Truck safe out there, you bunch of lovely, deplorable Americans. Home this week. Kind of sucks. Lauren, can you teach me how to tie cows down? These chickens keep flying out of the holes. Good afternoon. Hammer down. There's Larry. Be safe. 58 degrees in Bloomington, New York. Route number 4 to Schenectady. Then home. Finish loading up for a couple days of barbecue competition this weekend in Morgantown, PA. It's the Twin Valley Fire and Smoke Competition. All right, good luck there this weekend, Larry. Hello to Miss Millie. Hello, Steve. All the listeners out there, everybody stay safe. Have a great Memorial Day weekend, which that's just around the corner. Everybody get home safe, and as always, be blessed. Hello, Jerry. Kokomo has had off and on rain kind of all day long. Keep safe out there, everybody. Thank you all so much for everything you do as truck drivers to help keep us comfortable. Very good. Shorty, I-77 northbound, Wytheville, Virginia tonight, 68 degrees. He is Columbus bound. Tank is in the house. From Oklahoma, 69 degrees, headed east toward the home 20, where it looks like it may be a wet weekend. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. Copy the mail, 5-7. All right, Buckeye Boy, checking in from Ackworth, Georgia. Got back around 11 p.m., about an hour later than I should have been, due to some construction traffic at the 125-mile marker, 75 southbound in the state of Tennessee. Had it down to one lane on both sides, working on a bridge, and had traffic backed up for miles on either side. Looks like I'll be able to deliver tomorrow in Duluth. Then I've got to pick up 8 p.m. near Atlanta. That'll deliver on Monday. Then load up from Mississippi. That delivers on Tuesday. We got the granddaughters Saturday night, so it's going to be a very active weekend here. Have a great night, a better weekend, and be careful out there. Shorty says, what's the name of that song you're starting your show with? That is entitled 1,000 Miles. Josh Malloy. Great tune. Doesn't perfectly identifies with what you're doing out there. Another long night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. I miss my dogs. I miss my wife. 1,000 miles. 1,000 miles. Josh Malloy. Actually working on getting Josh lined up for an interview. He's out there. He's been touring around the country. Josh is an up-and-coming artist. Making his way up the chain, as they say. So, yeah, thanks for asking, Shorty. I love that. It's 844-844-3388. Underway, a Friday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, as I mentioned, forecasters really concerned, they tell us, about the severity of the flooding that could evolve heading into the weekend here. Warning of the ongoing rounds of rain and the consequences. Yeah, folks may be tired of this rainy pattern, they say, in the southern part of the U.S. You've dealt with so many watches and warnings from the National Weather Service. AccuWeather's chief meteorologist John Porter said that these are issued for a good reason. Now is not the time to turn off those notifications, he says. In fact, right now is the time to make sure you have multiple ways to get those warnings. Torrential downpours unleashed by these thunderstorms will pose a significant risk to lives and property. We saw this past morning where the Storm Prediction Center issued a high risk of excessive rainfall through the night Thursday night from eastern Texas, just north of Houston, to western Louisiana. This is a zone with the greatest risk of life-threatening, dangerous flash flooding. Rainfall 2 to 4 inches per hour possible. The latest prognosis is that at least 7 states will pick up 2 to 4 inches of rain here between now and early this weekend. Double that amount will occur in that zone, which we just mentioned there, southern Louisiana, southeastern Texas. Much of that rain comes down in under 12 hours' time. In some places, it'll come down in as little as just a few hours. Not only will enough rain come down to trigger flash urban and small stream flooding, but also many rivers will be on the rise. Those folks living along stretches of rivers that do not have protection from rising waters will be at risks. In some cases, the flooding may be close to or exceed what we saw a couple of weeks ago. Other areas that have not yet even experienced river flooding in prior weeks could face some issues. So where the ground is saturated, that water has nowhere to go, and waters will be rising in fast order. Now, we're talking possible infrastructure damage. Roads can become inundated in a matter of minutes to seconds. Very dangerous for motorists. In other situations, the ground could give way along roads, along or over small streams. Without notice, bridges could be washed out along some secondary roads in this situation. And you could end up with a cascading set of flooding problems that can quickly escalate into a life-threatening situation. So be aware there, folks in the South. All right, who else on board? There's Todd. Hey, y'all, hope everybody's doing well. I'll be listening in on the new and much improved Overnight Drive app. Yes, indeed. Gene says, audio sounds perfect. Don't change anything. All right, I appreciate that. Yeah, I was under the impression the app was up for several days. Mindy posted in the notification that it just went live, actually live. Maybe the screen, the background and everything, but supposedly let us know how's that working out. Hello to Dipsy Driver. Good morning to the most informed audience. A pleasant 63 here in Stockbridge, mid-Michigan. I've got a Dumbass of the Week nominee for you. Headed south of town to pick up a few things for my loving wife. Speed limit goes from 30 to 35, then 45 heading south. All I could see is the grill and the blue oval of a pickup tailgating me. I was doing 47 in the 45. He decides to pass me across the double yellow line. When we arrived at the highway split of M52 and M106, there were 2 vehicles going by. He cut off the second, which was one of our law enforcement cruisers. She had to slam her brakes, turned on her lights to pull him over. At least 4 infractions I witnessed there. Passing in a no-passing zone, speeding to do so, no turn signal, and failure to yield. I hope she had a dumbass certificate from the Overnight Drive to present to him. Anyway, everybody have a great weekend and stay safe out there. Yes, some folks are just impatient, right? Well, that'll teach you. Brain dead. Yes, back to work we go, right? It's his Monday. 73 clouds at the Memphis International Airport. Had some sprinkles earlier. I'm glad road check is over, as it was a rough one for me. The hounds stopped me between the kitchen and the bedroom for an inspection, put me out of service for a faulty brakes. I tried to bribe him with hot dogs, but I think Dingbat bribed him with something else. I don't know. And before I forget, the other day, a buddy of mine was helping us load the safe. Let's say I know how the coyote felt in those old cartoons, the Acme safe, right? Very good. Yes, indeed. Let's see. Good morning, everybody. Carl says, hello. Have a great weekend. There's Norman, North Central Kansas on board. 64, clear skies. The Big Tipper is loaded. We're headed toward Wichita. Have a great morning. There's Russell, 67 degrees, Dayton, Ohio. Hope you are doing well at the secret bunker. I've got the weekend off. Then we'll start the grind Monday. Truckers, keep it between the ditches. Be safe headed to your destinations. We are ready for another great show, everybody. Have a good weekend. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Friday, we'll get to your calls right after the news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. Donald Trump's lawyers are casting doubt on the credibility of former Trump lawyer Michael Cohen as the ex-president's criminal hush money trial continues in New York. Trump's defense is challenging Cohen's credibility by having him recall his guilty pleas to tax evasion and lying to Congress, aiming to portray him as an unreliable witness for the prosecution. President Biden and his administration are advancing a proposal to reclassify marijuana.
Today, my administration took a major step to reclassify marijuana from a Schedule I drug to a Schedule III drug. It's an important move toward reversing long-standing inequities.
The change reflects a significant shift in cannabis policy across the country, as dozens of states have legalized recreational marijuana over the last decade. And the U.S. military has completed the construction of a new pier off the coast of the Gaza Strip. Officials are now ready to begin delivering humanitarian aid to the region. John Schaefer, USA News.
Right now, you can eliminate odors, mold, mildew, bacteria, and viruses in your home with the Eden Pure Thunderstorm Air Purifier. The Eden Pure Thunderstorm uses oxy technology that naturally sends out O3 molecules that seek out and destroy odors. The Thunderstorm doesn't mask or cover up bad smells, it eliminates them, leaving that fresh, clean smell, just like after a thunderstorm. The Thunderstorm is small, plugs right into the wall, and fits in the palm of your hand. Put one in your basement, bedroom, family room, kitchen, or anywhere you want clean, fresh air. It even includes a USB cord for your car or truck. Right now, save $200 on an Eden Pure Thunderstorm 3-pack for whole home protection. That's 3 units for under $200, a fraction of the cost compared to other air purifiers. Go to EdenPureDeals.com and use discount code USA3 to save $200. That's EdenPureDeals.com. Use USA and the number 3. Shipping is free.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, looks like Eskimo Mom's on board here on a Friday. Hello to the Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Friday, hump day, whatever day it is. Got a late start thanks to a reefer that was having issues. But after getting it offloaded onto another, finally we're rolling. Just been one of those days. Had a few sprinkles earlier, kind of humid, cloudy coming into Cincinnati, 74. Be safe, have a great weekend when yours comes around. Well, I suppose it is that time. We are one day closer to what?
One day closer to the greatest day of the week. But it's Casual Friday now.
Yes, it is. Hello, Captain Ron. How's your week been?
So far, so good. Hot. Been, like you were saying last night, it's been real hot down here. It was 85 degrees when I left the house at 8 o'clock, and it was already, getting dark. So I guess it probably got up into the low 90s today.
I mean, they're making it sound like
we need rain.
This weekend. They're saying overnight lows in some places may not do better than the low to mid 80s for overnight lows.
Right. Well, I'm a little bit north of Tampa now. I'm about halfway up to Wildwood right now. It's down to 68 here.
Oh, okay. So
that's quite a bit cooler than it's cool. It cooled off 15 degrees in like 4 hours. But so I did a little bit of painting around the house, and I got paint all over my deck. I did say deck, right?
Yes. Happens every time, right?
Yeah. And somebody said if you put turpentine on it, it'll go all the way down to the raw wood. But anyway, I'll get away from that one. I'm resurfacing our patio, so I put the sealer down. Going to paint it tomorrow. So I had a little bit of delay tonight. I got to my first stop where I I drop my loaded or empty trailer and pick up a loaded trailer. And when I got there, my fifth wheel handle was gone to release the fifth wheel, so I couldn't release the trailer.
Okay.
And I've been out here since the mid '80s, and I've never heard of that happening. The handle to release the fifth wheel was just gone. Maybe somebody else has happened to it, but I've never heard of it.
Wow.
So that's a good start for my day to day. So remember a couple of months ago I told you that my wife went to Michigan? Remember me telling you that they were putting those transponders in the roadway to charge up the electric vehicles?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was a couple of months ago. And you brought it up a couple of days ago for Indiana, I guess.
Right.
Is that where you said they were?
It's it's the prod. They're going to try it. Like a 1/4 mile stretch. I mean, I don't understand what you're going to be able to get out of a 1/4 mile stretch.
It must be something that's going to be in the future or something. I mean, if they do have the electric cars, if they go that route, there's going to have to be technology to charge those faster, wouldn't you think?
Right.
I mean, wouldn't the technology get better as far as that goes? I don't know what they're going to do for the disposal of those bad batteries, but maybe they'll have renewable cells or something like they've been talking about. So you were talking about the fast foods, and it made me think of one of my first jobs growing up. I was a cleanup crew for a drive-in movie theater. There's probably people out there that's never even seen a drive-in.
Right.
And we cleaned out the indoor movie theaters. And one of the job perks was all the pop we could drink. And it made me think last night, you pay the price for one of these pop now, it's probably more money than I made back then per hour. You know what? I was probably only making, I don't know, $4 or $5 an hour. But those drinks are getting expensive now. It's almost like you can't afford the meal and the drinks, so you just get water. I see a lot of people, they'll bring those flavor packets, for like Crystal Light for lemonade or whatever. They'll put that in their water at the table. So, anyway. Well, I don't know if I've got much else. What do you get when you rub two oranges together?
Orange juice?
Pulp friction.
All right.
All right, well, thanks for taking my call. Have a good weekend. I'll talk to you on the greatest day of the week.
Greatest day of the week. All right, pulp friction. I guess the announcement, it wasn't an official announcement, but somebody that's familiar with the plan said McDonald's is going to introduce that $5 meal next month, trying to bring in more people. All right, the $5, and I think it's only going to be like a 1 month kind of a special deal. The deal, they said, will let customers get a 4-piece McNugget, small fry, small drink, and then you choose either a McDouble burger or a McChicken sandwich. So 4 nuggets, small fry, small drink, a McDouble or a McChicken. $5 in most areas, according to the person familiar with the deal, who wasn't authorized to discuss the details. But the month-long deal, scheduled to begin June 25, and will be advertised nationally. Now, some stores, they say, will cost more, like those in California or Hawaii. It may be more, the person said. McDonald's did not confirm the upcoming deal when asked Thursday by the Associated Press, but the Chicago-based burger giant said last month they were planning to step up deals to combat slowing customer traffic in some markets. So I don't know, for a month-long deal, it probably brings a few people in, right? Florida, though, Captain Ron talking about the heat. We've got a heat wave baking parts of southern Florida that started on Wednesday, continuing on into the weekend here. Heat indices well above 100 degrees. Daytime heating with temperatures above 90 and high dew points will lead to dangerous warmth south of the Interstate 4 corridor and throughout South Florida. The early season heat wave is particularly dangerous for millions at risk of extreme heat in southern Florida because these temperatures are more on par with August during the summer, not mid-May. Now, the dew points indicate how much moisture is in the air. They're forecast to remain in the upper 60s to upper 70s throughout the state. It's the combination of high heat and humidity that becomes so dangerous. How do you cool down? You step outside, you sweat. That sweat evaporates, and that's what cools your body. Your internal body temperature will drop in response to that. When you've got these type of dew points, the very soupy air, your body, the moisture, the sweat doesn't evaporate. So staying indoors in the AC is about the only way to keep cool. If you have to be outdoors, stay hydrated and try to stay in the shade. Let's see, as of yesterday, Miami has already set 6 daily record highs this year. By the end of the week, they could add another few records to the list. Miami forecast to reach 90 degrees today, Friday, but dew points above 75. It's going to feel like 103 in Miami, 101 in Key West. In West Palm Beach, forecast high near 90. It'll feel like nearly 100 today. The rest of Florida is also heating up. Tallahassee forecast to hit 88 degrees Friday. Jacksonville expected to reach a high of 90 today. Orlando's heat index continues to rise, expected to flirt with 100 degrees there on Saturday. Be kind of uncomfortable out. I mean, downright hot for the folks at the amusement parks. Guess good day for the water parks. Tampa's warmest day in terms of the heat index will likely be Saturday with a real feel of 103 degrees. Fort Myers will hold steady, temperatures feeling like over 100 on into the weekend. And as we mentioned, the nighttime not offering a whole lot of relief, especially in southern Florida. Temperatures are going to remain in the 80s. Okay, on a Friday. Good morning, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. So what do we start out today? Can we do it today? Because she was off a day, so can we do, hey, Becky?
Right.
What? I don't know. We might have to, I don't know. We'll give it to her anyways. All right. Hey, Becky. What day is it?
Hump day.
Yeah, hump day. Yeah, all right. Oh, anyways, so I don't know. We're supposed to have pretty decent weather here today. It said something about 75 degrees and just staying right on the average. Yesterday was right on the perfect average mark for the high and low temperature. Although they did say the high, forget what the high was back in 1944. They set the high, and I forget, it was like 37 degrees for the record low temperature back a ways back there. So anyways, didn't come close to either the record high or record low there for Baltimore yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. They kind of. I didn't hear much more about the Dolly, so I guess I don't know if they're. You said that they probably weren't going to worry about that till next week there for deciding when the high tide and everything was going to be. So, but they did come out with a report, I guess, and I guess even the federal government either came up with their own or it was part of this report that was talking about the increased traffic on the alternate routes that are being used instead of being able to go across the Baltimore Beltway where the Key Bridge used to be. and I think they said it's like a 26% increase in accidents that's been going on now since the dolly there back in March hit the bridge and knocked the bridge down. So I don't know if you can do any extra show preparation there on the fly to look for any reports there of traffic issues or what you got going on with that. I guess our fearless governor there signed a bill, I believe, that is going to come down on the juveniles. The juveniles are losing their ability to have free reign on the to cause terror in the world. So there's a lot of people upset about that. Don't think the juveniles should be punished for their actions.
Really?
So yeah, you know how it goes there. It's just kids, Your Honor. It's just kids. They're mindless, childish pranks. It's like these peaceful protests. The peaceful protesters have children that just do, just childhood pranks. It's not real crime. But anyways, we'll see where all that goes. Speaking of people that do things, did you see our fearless leader? Did he do some sort of executive order or something to try to executive privilege that deal there where it was said that he was a feeble, absent-minded old man to make that so nobody can see it? How does that work, Your Honor?
Yep, nobody can see it or hear it. It's the audio recordings of the interview with what's his name, Hur. And when Hur described where he said he actually had mishandled classified documents, but they opted not to charge. They want the audio and the transcript so they could hear what Joe sounded like, because they described him as the feeble old man that a jury would never convict this old. He doesn't want the people to hear that.
Yeah, especially coming just before election, right?
Right.
So anyways, that's just impressive. But Trump never. I don't know. Where can we go? Where can you go with this? Hey, speaking of that, we heard on the news there that I believe it's the state of Arizona that's looking for Rudy Giuliani. Is Rudy Giuliani somewhere with Waldo? Nobody can find him?
Can't find him, yes. Hey, missing in action.
Well, maybe he went for a boat ride or something. I don't know. Take a vacation out of town or something. I don't know. But well-deserved vacation. But anyways, it just never ends, does it, Your Honor?
Right.
So they're just once the election passes, it'll be amazing how all of this will end when the election, the polling day comes in November and passes. It's amazing how all this stuff will come to an end. But I don't know. It's just a crazy, mixed up world that we live in, and this bizarro world that is this circle down here that is known as the swamp. Is just unbelievable what they can come up with. But anyways, I don't know what else we got for a casual Friday here. I don't know. We're going to be scraping the bottom of the barrel here, I think, at this point. Other than the fact that we're calling for nice weather, as I said there in the beginning. We're calling for nice weather. We got a chance of showers here tonight, Friday night, into Saturday morning, and after that, let's see, where'd they put my exit? Where's my exit? They moved things around. They got cones out, Dodge cones, zip in and out. Oh my God, they think you can do this with a freaking propane tank. Holy cow, zigzag, get back in another lane, run cones over. I tell you what, it's pretty impressive. Don't run over the concrete piece in the middle either. Can't go that way. Yeah, four-wheeler found. Oops. No, we didn't. Now he did it anyway. Oops. Anyway, that was only about 8 inches high, Your Honor. He fit right over it. A few sparks from the bottom. Maybe it was the gas tank. I don't know.
Wow, live action, right?
Yeah, exactly. The play-by-play, you know. The only place you can see it is on the Steve Summers Show, Overnight Drive Radio, 844-844-3388, live and in person. Fun times getting off US 50. US 50 westbound to get on the Capitol Beltway. Watch out for the construction. The Bay Bridge, the US 50 301 Bay Bridge has construction on the eastbound span. They have big giant cranes up over top of it. They're working on it. Looks like they might have a piece of it removed and trying to put another piece back in or something. I don't know what they're doing with it, but they have all the eastbound traffic on the westbound bridge. So the three lane bridge that normally goes westbound is one lane in each direction. No holdups, just ride on across. But to the people, when they opened the 2-lane span up, which was the original bridge, when they open that back up and you go eastbound to the Eastern Shore, put on your life jacket. I don't know what they're doing to it, but they had a lot of big cranes over there working over top of it. So just in case, put your life jacket on if you're headed out to the Eastern Shore from the mainland today on the 2-lane bridge there. So, other than that, it's all kind of quiet. But yeah, so when we get done with the rain here Friday night, Saturday morning, the rain showers, they're talking the whole extended forecast they had stretched out there to, I think, Thursday. There is not one drop of rain, not one iota percentage of rain, and somewhere around Wednesday it's supposed to be back up in the mid 80s, pushing to the mid to the higher 80s, Your Honor.
Wow.
So anyways, I guess that'll give things time to dry out, but with the rain Friday night, Saturday morning, we're not sure what the track is going to be like in Baltimore for the Preakness. Remember the Preakness races Saturday evening?
Correct.
I believe it's 650 in the evening. So the track has had a little time to dry through all this rain. The Preakness racetrack is really a good track. It dries well. So they might have got it pretty well dried out. So if we don't get a lot of rain on Friday night, that track might have the possibility of being a good track, but it looks like, name is slipping me right now, the horse that won the Derby.
Mystic Dan.
Mystic Dan looks like he is going to be the favorite to win the Preakness because one of Bob Baffert's horses is out because of infection. He's got an infection and cannot run. So he was probably going to be the number one pick over Mystic Dan, and now with that happening, it looks like he should be he's got a chance there. They said there's 26 horses that have come on to win the Preakness after the Kentucky Derby before this, so he could be number 27. And then if he does happen to win Saturday night, just before, I'm getting my days mixed up. Saturday night, if he happens to win, Mystic Dan wins, and he does go on to run in the Belmont, you said there's only 13 other horses that have won the 2 races before the Belmont to capture the Triple Crown.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the one caveat that this will be, and I don't know how they'll put it in the history books, because he will be the only horse to win the Triple Crown with the Belmont race being raced in Saratoga. How do we put that one in the history book? Do we have to have an asterisk like we did there for Maris, Roger Maris, number 61? Are we gonna call this Triple Crown the 61 Triple Crown? I don't know. But we'll have to figure that one out there. So I guess that's my casual Friday for you there.
Very good.
All in the world of horse racing.
All right. I don't know if Mom's planning on tuning in for that this weekend. She probably will. Yeah, they described it. They said big shakeup in the field there. It came down like Wednesday. The morning favorite was scratched. Roughly 12 hours after arriving at the racetrack, the race course there, and had a temperature of 103 degrees, the horse, that is. Horse had been doing really well, but I guess he had the infection, so can't run that horse. So I guess they've got the updated look at the field. Yeah, the scratches in 2024. Right now, that's the only horse to be scratched so far. But the Preakness field started with 9 horses, so it's only 8 horses now for the Preakness. Yeah, unlike, you had 21 horses at the Derby there. It's a much smaller field here this weekend at the Preakness.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. President Biden has invoked executive privilege to prevent the release of audio recordings of his interview with special counsel Robert Hur. House Speaker Mike Johnson weighs in on the decision, speaking from the steps of the U.S. Capitol.
President Biden is apparently afraid for the citizens of this country and everyone to hear those tapes. They obviously confirm what the special counsel has found and would likely cause, I suppose, in his estimation, such alarm with the American people that the president is using all of his power to suppress their release.
This comes as multiple Republican-led House committees are considering holding Attorney General Merrick Garland in contempt of Congress over his refusal to hand over the audio recordings. NOAA says Texas and Louisiana are a high risk of flash flooding. The states could see up to 9 inches of rain over the next 48 hours, as well as tornadoes, damaging winds, and hail. Some of the Texas cities under the biggest threat of severe weather include San Antonio, Austin, and Houston. Meanwhile, cities in Louisiana like Lake Charles and Alexandria could also see severe weather. Congressional Republicans were in attendance at former President Donald Trump's hush money trial in New York on Thursday, condemning the case as a partisan exercise. Speaking outside the courthouse, Florida Republican Congresswoman Anna Paula Lunas says the case was designed to help President Biden's re-election campaign.
It is corrupt lawfare. It's the Biden prosecutions, and Biden, you're going to lose this election cycle.
Court will not be in session on Friday as President Trump will be attending his son Barron's graduation. The eyes of the golf world are on Louisville, Kentucky, where the second major of the year is taking place this weekend, the PGA Championship. This is USA News.
Do you want to save money on your next flight? Then pick up the phone and call. That's right, call. Because the best prices are not online. They're with SmartFares. See, SmartFares has special deals with the airlines. When they have unsold seats, they use SmartFares to fill them. So you get airline tickets at crazy low prices. They have access to great prices and discounts at over 500 different airlines. Plus 300,000 hotels and rental car companies. Their prices are too low to publish online. With the extra money you'll save, you can book another trip or treat yourself to dinner or shopping. So stop searching all of those travel sites to find the lowest price on your next flight. Let one of our SmartFares expert travel agents find the best price for you. Call SmartFares today and get ready to see the world with a fat wallet.
800-871-3291. 800-871-3291. 800-871-3291. That's 800-871-3291.
Airports across the country are anticipating higher than usual activity during the upcoming summer travel season. The TSA's Lisa Farbstein projects a 6 to 8% rise in air travel nationwide compared to last year.
Basically, we are seeing passenger volume that exceeds pre-pandemic levels. And that's what we're going to be seeing starting next week.
The TSA suggests there's a strong possibility of screening 3 million or more passengers in a single day on multiple occasions, potentially setting a new record high. New details are out regarding which diets will put you most at risk for cancer. USA's Corey Myers has the details.
Eating a vegan, vegetarian, or lacto-ovo vegetarian diet can significantly reduce the overall risk of developing cancer, heart disease, and dying early from cardiovascular disease, according to new research. Vegetarians don't eat any animal flesh, while the lacto-ovo version of vegetarianism allows dairy products and eggs while excluding all meat, poultry, and fish. And, of course, veganism, the stricter form, bans any food products made from meat, poultry, and seafood, as well as any animal byproducts, such as gelatin. However, these diets go right out the window if you consume sugary drinks like juices or alcohol or tobacco.
For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Cue the microphone back. Hour number 2 as we roll into a Friday. What are we looking at? 17th day of May. Okay. Let's see. Jerry chimed in a bit ago. Kokomo, Indiana. McDonald's. You buy a 4-piece or a chicken sandwich or a spicy chicken or a small fry. You can add another for $1. Okay. Hey, who else on board there? It's a balmy 69 degrees, overcast here along I-45 corridor, deep in the heart of Texas tonight. More rain and flooding, more roads washed out. Many school districts closed for Friday. They are reporting at least 4 dead in Houston. Wow, I had not seen that update. Downtown Houston got hit hard. Yes, I did see windows blown out in some of the skyscrapers. Yeah, streets littered with ceiling tiles, insulation, window blinds, a ton of glass. The side of a brick building collapse. Trees snapped in two, traffic signs and lights flattened. Stick to the interstates as much as you can out there. So for those drivers rolling in the state of Texas, I'll see if I can pull up an update there. I'm not sure what time. It seems like the sun had not set yet, so it was late evening hours when that cell pushed through the Houston area. They did have some tornado warnings at the time. They'll have to obviously get out there and survey the damage. I would not be a bit surprised. Based on the photos where I saw one reporter that was out there with the high-power transmission lines, there's, they go for miles and miles, but there was a section, 3 or 4 wide, where all the towers had been flattened. I mean, knocked over like toothpicks, and all the others. So I'm thinking the tornado probably went through there and took those down. Takes strong winds to pull those things down. Okay, who else on board? Russell, raining very hard. Okay, good to have you on board. Get back to the calls here. Rubber Duck, it's been a while. How you been there? Hello, Rubber Duck. Well, he must have dropped off. Is he taking a nap? All right, let's jump down to, let's see. Pappy's on board. Are we still hanging out on the back deck?
No, I started cruising a little bit. Little mist. Said, come on inside, roll some cigarettes. Steve, I'm going to make a prediction. Ready for this?
Yes, sir.
I believe that they will not get a conviction on Mr. Trump.
Really?
If there's anyone in that jury, right, that has any morals to him, the only way they're going to get a conviction on him is every one of them, every single 12, are there just for the fact that find Trump guilty. That's it. Did you hear what came out today? Michael Cohen's testimony under cross-examination.
Mm-hmm.
Steve, he claimed that he was on a phone call with Trump about making that payment to Stormy Daniels, and Trump approved it. Well, guess what came out today?
Was it the one
that
where
phone call didn't happen?
Was it his former lawyer that said that was who was it?
Hold on. In testimony today, Cohen had to admit that phone call didn't happen. That phone call did not happen. He flat out, they caught him in a lie.
Really?
They pulled all the records, okay? And his attorney apparently testified under oath. I saw the testimony. I think it was Bongino that played it. His attorney's on the Hill testifying that Michael Cohen, did not believe Stormy Daniels. He didn't believe her story. This is what his attorney's telling the Hill. Telling that, I think it was Jordan that was interviewing. And he said he paid her out of his own pocket because he didn't want it to look bad in front of Melania. So we were talking about why maybe people pay things off. They were trying to say it was an election fraud type thing, when there could be another reason, is that for family matters. You don't want this getting out to your family. Just pay this bimbo and get her out. Even though it's not even true. You just don't even want to, you know what I'm saying? Even coming out, accusing you of something false. See, that's a big turn of events here, man. This is their star witness. Their star witness is a perjurer who's done time for perjury, and he just got caught lying again. I think they interviewed somebody else, an advisor of Michael Cohen or something. They even asked him in this hearing, not in this trial today, but up on the Hill. Is there any branch of government that Michael Cohen hasn't lied to? I can't think of one. We'll see, Steve, but what a big turn of events, I'll tell you. I mean, and listen, not to keep bringing Bongino's name up, but he has talked about being in court, right? And how to read things in court. It's different for attorneys, you know, but jurors, the way they see things, it's all about likability. Do they like the witness that's on the stand? Do they think he's telling the truth? Is he likable? And I can attest to this, Steve. I mean, after 32 years, man, you know how many times I've been in the court, Steve? Could you imagine? And not just municipal, which is misdemeanors, but in common pleas, which is felony, some serious felony cases. I had to sit through where they are picking jury members. It's boring as hell. Sit through trials. And when you witness people's testimony up on the stand, right, and they're talking, defense is asking questions, prosecutors asking questions, or cross-examination. You just kind of look over at the jury. You just kind of look over there and see their reactions. And they said today in the courtroom, when he had to pretty much admit, he didn't come right out and say, okay, I was lying. But when he came out and said, well, them facts might not be accurate.
Okay.
They said the jury, everybody in that jury, their mouths just hit the floor. If they get a conviction on this, I mean, we said it from the beginning. How does Trump get a fair trial in New York? If they do it, man, I'm just, it's, I don't know. We'll see what happens. All we need is one decent person, you know, to do what's right here. Because I'm telling you, if they find this man guilty, that's just, it's wrong, man. Just flat out wrong. Anyway, what else is going on?
Any big plans for the weekend? It's Friday.
Gotta work, my man.
Back to work.
Gotta work.
What the?
Working Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Hey, I sent you an email. What the heck was, I'm already forgot. Horse Feathers was talking about something. Let me go to my email and see what I sent you, man.
Try
to remember.
I'm trying to pull up my email here. It's got to load in.
Biden doing his little book thing, right?
Yeah.
So the big guy was recording, his author was recording the big guy for his biography, right? It's in the recordings that Biden is giving this guy, who does not have a security clearance at all, he is giving him top secret stuff in these recordings. That's why they don't want these recordings coming out.
So I mean, I had
First
heard
of all, it showed
he had the synopsis is they believe he had a lot of these documents because he wanted to be able to share it for his what is its biography or something, or what?
Yes. He had a lot of that stuff in his basement that he's the vice president. He's not even allowed to have. It's a little bit different with the president. We've talked about this. We've heard it over and over and over. So he's trying to prop himself up, in this book deal, putting stuff out there, and the guy he's reading this stuff to, I don't know, what do you call that person? The author, maybe? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
He destroyed tapes. They could almost go after him for tampering with evidence.
You think?
Why would he destroy tapes? Why? Oh, Steve. And that's another crime in itself. Steve, if I got top secret information, right, and I call Mr. Summers up and say, hey, Steve, keep this under your hat here, man. And I give you that information, dude, I could get locked up. Depending on the seriousness of it, but I guarantee you the first thing would happen is your security clearance is going to get yanked very quickly, if not charged. Man, I'll tell you something. I think Bongino was listening to your radio show last night.
Okay.
Serious, Steve. His show today, he kind of starts off, not right off the bat, but he starts talking about what are the issues we're voting for. So he went down the list of everything we talked about last night. I'm like, man, what the hell? Was he listening last night? Oh, I don't know, Steve. All this yupahal about them canceling the convention. I don't know. Man, it's going to be crazy. We'll see what happens. But,
I saw yesterday, I don't remember the name, but there was a Democrat House member that was also talking about he thinks he said something about this. This is looking an awful lot like 1968. We Chicago, and we might not want to hold that convention. Do the virtual thing.
Yeah. Why don't they just arrest all these protests? I think the mayor of New York came out today saying something about, or was it Chicago? My bad. We'll take it easy on these protesters. Typical left wing, how to solve crime. Slap on the wrist, let them get away with it. Steve, as far as I'm concerned, depending on what they're hooting and hollering out there, they should be labeled as terrorists. Saw several clips today of Biden looking at the camera and say, I'm going to raise your taxes. And everybody claps. On camera. This was back a couple years ago. And a few months ago, I told you when he was on camera saying, I am going to do away with the Trump tax cuts, and people are clapping in the audience. I'm going to take money out of your pocket. Yay! Thanks, big guy. Take some more. And he was talking about the border. They were asking him, do you regret changing Trump's policy on the border about catch and release and all this other stuff? No, I don't regret it at all. All on video. So I say, man, I wish, Steve, that we could throw some video. Somehow you could get some videos out there and just show the world too, man. You know, this stuff's out there. If you just watch the right podcast, you can see it. A lot of these people, you know, Steve, they say, listen, we work, right? We got jobs, we got families. We don't have time to go in there and do all this research and try to find all these clips and pull them out. But they got people that's what their job is. You go back, find these clips, find Biden sitting there telling you. Remember that video, or not a video, but that clip that came out when he was in the some sort of factory. They all had their hard hats on. And he's talking to that guy, and the guy's like, hey, you want to take our guns? And Biden goes, that's BS. And then some lady said something to the left of him, and he goes, zip it. And he goes, I never said that. I never said I would take your gun. And they show the clip of Biden. There's no reason to have a 50-round clip or a, you know? There's no reason to have these assault weapons. I will take them.
That's what he said. Wasn't that when he said everybody just get a shotgun or something? You just get a shotgun.
Yeah.
That's all you need.
Yeah, he even said that. I got a shotgun. I got a 12 gauge. I got a 20 gauge. My sons like to hunt, but there's no reason for you to have an assault rifle.
Right.
And if you ask him when the assault rifle is, he wouldn't even be able to tell you. Steve, 8 shots off clips. This is no lie, man. I'm gonna have to see if I can dig this up. Just that clip without having to watch the whole daggone show. They had Biden's lead economic advisor, right? This is the main guy on economics. Steve, I watched this clip and I'm like, what a buffoon. I mean, I don't know nothing about economics, really, just your basic stuff. But this guy, after watching this, 2-minute clip, you're like, what the hell is this guy talking about? Is he stupid? He was talking about the government sells bonds, giving people loans. And when they do this, it causes inflation to go up because there's more money in the market or something, right? And we're thinking, and it was like, wait a minute, hold on. The government gives you a bond. You buy that bond from the government. You're giving the government money. The government's not giving you money. And the guy was it was just comical as hell, man. I mean, then he backtracks. He goes, wait a minute, hold on. I don't know. Maybe I'm crossing things up. But this was the lead economic advisor to Biden. It was like, man, oh man. So like a buffoon. the type of people they got running the show, Steve. You know, it's like there's a bunch of Hank Johnsons running the White House, man.
Best of the best.
Don't everybody walk to one side of the White House. It might turn over, man. Jeez. All right, man. Enough is enough. I'll get off of here. Yeah, thanks for taking the call, Steve. I appreciate it.
Hey, enjoy your night off there. And, yep, so it's back to work for the weekend, right? Okay. We got news break just ahead. Now, it wasn't yesterday's testimony, Thursday's testimony. Even prior to that, I thought this is what he was going to be talking about when he asked me if I heard the breaking news. It was actually after Wednesday. After Tuesday's testimony, this is when he was not even yet being cross-examined. Michael Cohen's one-time lawyer accused him on Wednesday of committing perjury during his testimony the prior day. So that would have been on Tuesday. Longtime criminal defense attorney Robert Costello told a House Weaponization Subcommittee hearing that Cohen was lying when he took the stand Tuesday and accused Costello of strong-arming him to stay quiet about Trump in 2018. That's what he testified. He said, I read Cohen's testimony from yesterday's trial in New York on the way down on the train. And virtually every statement he made about me was another lie, he said. So I'll give you more on that, but we got to get a news break here first. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. A gag order prevents former President Trump from speaking out about his hush money trial, but that doesn't apply to his legion of followers. Several Republicans are standing by his side.
We are here to stand with President Trump and to let them know that are trying to silence him that we will not be silenced.
Thursday, Congressman Michael Cloud was one of a handful of backers who joined Trump as he walked into court. NOAA warns that Texas and Louisiana are under a high risk for flash flooding with the potential for up to 9 inches of rain along with tornadoes, damaging winds, and hail. Among the Texas cities facing the greatest threat of severe weather are San Antonio, Austin, and Houston. Vice President Kamala Harris has accepted an invitation to participate in a vice presidential debate this summer. Harris agreed to CBS News' offer for a debate on either July 23rd or August 13th. Donald Trump has not yet announced his vice presidential pick. John Schaefer, USA News.
Right now, you can eliminate odors, mold, mildew, bacteria, and viruses in your home with the Eden Pure Thunderstorm Air Purifier. The Eden Pure Thunderstorm uses oxy technology that naturally sends out O3 molecules that seek out and destroy odors. The Thunderstorm doesn't mask or cover up bad smells, it eliminates them, leaving that fresh, clean smell, just like after a thunderstorm. The Thunderstorm is small, plugs right into the wall, and fits in the palm of your hand. Put one in your basement, bedroom, family room, kitchen, or anywhere you want clean, fresh air. It even includes a USB cord for your car or truck. Right now, save $200 on an Eden Pure Thunderstorm 3-pack for whole home protection. That's 3 units for under $200, a fraction of the cost compared to other air purifiers. Go to EdenPureDeals.com and use discount code USA3 to save $200. That's EdenPureDeals.com. Use USA and the number 3. Shipping is free.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. options. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, thank you very much. Welcome back. Real quick, before we get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. Yeah, this guy was, at one point in time, Michael Cohen's lawyer. So he's up there on the stand testifying, saying stuff about this guy, and this guy's like, he's lying. Costello, was it Robert Costello? Yes, Robert Costello. He represented Cohen for a couple of months back in April of 2018 during it was a Justice Department investigation of the former Trump lawyer. He described his experience as Cohen's counsel for the subcommittee, recalling his client seemed desperate to avoid prison. He said, I'll do whatever the F I have to do. Quoting Cohen as saying, I will never spend one day in jail. Now, frantically speaking an escape route, Cohen had confessed to Costello that he had actually considered jumping off the roof of the Loews Regency Hotel in Manhattan 2 nights before their meeting. According to the Examiner, Costello's been practicing law for 50 years, previously worked at the U.S. Attorney's Office in New York. The New York Times reported that Cohen never officially retained Costello and never paid him for his advice. Costello said he told Cohen that providing the U.S. Attorney's Office in New York with any incriminating information he had about Trump could help him avoid jail time. But Cohen said he didn't have any evidence. He quoted him as saying, I swear to God, Bob, I don't have anything on Donald Trump. I don't have anything on Trump. Now, this is going back to 2018. Costello told the House panel he could speak freely about those conversations with Cohen because Cohen had waived attorney-client privilege. He never retained him. Ultimately, August of 2018, Cohen pleading guilty to charges of tax evasion, lying to a bank, and campaign finance violations. He was sentenced to 3 years in prison and admitted as part of his plea deal to making the payments to Stormy Daniels in 2016. The Department of Justice did not prosecute Trump over the matter, but Alvin Bragg brought charges against the former president several years later. Now, that's where we are today. Cohen ultimately flipped on Trump. He's supposed to be the star witness up there, despite having been convicted of lying to Congress in 2018. Now, after Cohen flipped and began implicating Trump, Costello said he actually tried to alert Alvin Bragg's office that Cohen was an inveterate liar, but they weren't interested in hearing his side of the story. He said he could back up his claims that Cohen was lying with emails and text messages, as well as the testimony of former Trump attorney Rudy Giuliani and attorney Jeff Citron. He cherry picks certain emails or text messages and tries to make them look like something else. That's what Cohen does. So I don't know, who was it said, Kevin said, in regards to Pappy's statement there, he said, Pappy, it's New York. Yeah, this jury hates Trump. There's no chance of an acquittal. The evidence doesn't matter. The witnesses don't matter. Nothing matters except Trump hate. I don't know. We'll see. Is there anything to the legal system anymore? It's a Friday. Eagle, what's happening out there?
Yeah, how you doing? I got a couple of things to talk about before I get to Donald Trump's situation. I'm gonna go back to what I was saying last night, Steve, real quick about this about the debate. I'll get to that in a minute, but I want to make one quick note again about this barge accident. Now, let's go back to a couple of months ago. This barge goes into the bridge in Baltimore. As we speak right now, Steve, like I told you last night, that barge is still sitting in the same damn place that it was the night that the accident happened. They finally put some dynamite to the bridge to try to get it off of the barge. It looked like they accomplished some of it, but it's still not totally complete. As of today, we still don't know the names. I don't know the names. Maybe you know the names. Still don't know the names of the individuals that was on this ship. The man that was in control of the ship, the pilot of the ship. This man, who is this individual? We mean to tell me we can't know this man's name? We can't know this man's identity after he just tore down a damn bridge, a very important bridge? Okay, so we'll let that go. And then, by the way, before I say what I'm about to say, they said that the reason why it occurred because he didn't have no tugboat. So, because I heard a couple of people call in last night and say that they still don't believe that was done on purpose. Okay, well, you believe what you want to believe. Okay, so now we got an incident take place in Texas. This guy had a damn tugboat. He had a tugboat, but somehow the barge broke loose from that. It hit another bridge, and then they reporting on your show and other shows that oil was released into the Gulf of Mexico and Galveston, Texas. So I guess that's a mistake too, right? Either way, you can't have it one way. The first way, there was no tugboat. Now we got a tugboat, and we still got a bridge being hit. So you figure it out. Don't sound like an accident to me, but I'm not going to waste my time arguing with people that believe that it was an accident. I mean,
accidents do happen. Huh? Accidents do happen, Eagle. I mean, every single day out there.
Well, come on, Steve.
Truck drivers have accidents every day.
Well, like I said, that's not an accident. I'm not going to, like I said before, you can clearly see it. The video, so like I say, well, what is it? Is it going to take? Is it going to take, Steve, for another bridge to get torn down before people believe it? Is that how America is now? Something bad got to happen before you really 3 or 4 bridges got to get torn down. Oh, wait a minute. Well, maybe this is happening on purpose. Okay, so I'm gonna let it go then. So I'll just wait for the next bridge collapse, and then maybe people will figure it out. Okay, now let me go on to the next situation, and that's with the debate. That's with the debate situation. Like I told you last night, Steve, I was looking at understanding some of these stipulations that Joe Biden has come up with. Okay, I can give you 2 or 3 reasons why why Donald Trump shouldn't even step on that stage come June. First problem he has is with CNN television. That's the first mistake. That's the first problem right there. Second problem is it's being hosted by Jake Tapper and Dana Bash, 2 of Donald Trump's biggest haters, probably besides Don Lemon and some other losers, the Kimmel loser on that late night television. That's the second problem. Third problem is, here's how it goes, Steve. The microphone situation. Nobody should be allowed to mute somebody's microphone when in a debate situation. And you and I both know whose mic's gonna get muted more. It's gonna be Donald Trump. He's Joe Biden, and it wouldn't even surprise me, Steve, if the questions that they ask Joe Biden, they're not gonna ask him questions about Israel. They're not gonna ask him questions about Taiwan. They're not gonna ask him questions about the electric cars. They're not going to ask him questions about the electrical grid. They're not going to ask him questions about the economy. They're not going to ask him questions about the inflation. What'd you say?
I said they're not going to ask him about the border, are they?
Oh, no. Oh, yeah, I forgot about it. That's the number one. We ain't got no problem with the border, so that's not even worth asking Joe Biden, because we don't have a problem at the border. The border is secure. That's what the idiot press secretary says day after day. Yet we got 5 to 20 million people in the country illegally, but that's not a top priority, Steve. So we don't need to talk about that at the debate, because we don't have no problem with the border, according to CNN television and these other people. So that question is not going to be answered. But here's the question that CNN will be concerned with, Steve: did Donald Trump sleep with Stormy Daniels? Did Donald Trump give Stormy Daniels money? Did Donald Trump tell Michael Cohen to give Stormy give her money? That's what they're going to be concerned with. Did Donald Trump have anything to do with January 6th? Did Donald Trump steal those documents and take them to his home down in Florida? That's the questions that they're going to be asking. That's more concerning to the American public, or who Donald Trump slept with, Stormy Daniels, a porno star, and how much money he paid this loser. That's more concerning to the American people, according to CNN. So that's the reason why I say, Steve, Donald Trump should tell CNN that the deal is off, that when there will be no debate. And like I said, the studio audience, that's another thing that I don't like. How the hell you going to have a debate and you don't have an audience in the crowd? You don't have nobody to clap and cheer, applause when they say something you like or when they don't like. So the whole deal makes no sense. And Donald Trump, and here's how it goes. You know something, Steve? I thought about something today when I was driving. Remember a couple of months ago, people were saying, how come Donald Trump didn't show up for the debates with the Republicans? He never showed up for no debates. You know why he didn't show up? Because he didn't have to show up, because he already had the clear lead. He was going to win the Republican nomination, no matter if he showed up at debate or not. Sure. So here's how the same situation goes with good old Joe Biden. Donald Trump has no business showing up for that debate, because he's already the clear front runner and the clear leader for president of America. Joe Biden has absolutely nothing to run on. I just named all the things, mistakes and blunders this guy has done over the last 3 years. Donald Trump has no reason whatsoever to step on a podium with Joe Biden. If anybody needs to chase after anybody, it should be Joe Biden. He should be on his knees begging Donald Trump to do a debate with him on his conditions. Donald Trump should run the show, and if it means not showing up for the debate in June, that's exactly what he should do. And I say the hell with Joe Biden, the hell with CNN, and the hell with anybody that disagrees with what I say. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, to hell with it. Honestly, Eagle, this is going to be the golden opportunity. No matter what the questions are going to be, and undoubtedly they will be biased. The questions will be stacked against Trump, but it's going to be Joe Biden, up there on the stage, showing to the American people. Many, many people, like Pappy said, who don't have time to be paying attention to the news and paying attention to politics. They'll get a first-hand opportunity to see how befuddled and confused and weak, feeble. Even if they pump him up with whatever they're going to pump him up with, like they did for the State of the Union. His cognizant abilities to think clearly. Millions and millions will get an opportunity to see personally. You notice how they mentioned they're doing this in June. It's way early in the cycle from when debates normally take place in the weeks leading up to the election. We're doing it in June, so in the event that Joe does completely fall on his face in the debate, we have short-term memories, right? Most people will have an opportunity to forget about it between debate time and the election. But let me get a quick time out. We do have a bit more on the ship that is, yes, the ship's still there. They're working to get that floated. It'll be moved in a couple of days, but we did learn a bit more from investigators this past day. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Okay, where we leave off there? Yeah, the cargo ship. From Washington this past day, I guess there's some testimony taking place before the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. Cargo vessels are not equipped with backup power sufficient to avoid situations such as the one in March when the Dolly struck the bridge. According to the top transportation safety investigator speaking to lawmakers, National Transportation Safety Board Chair Jennifer Homendy said the backup generator that kicked in after the Dolly lost power roughly a half mile from the bridge restored emergency lighting, navigation functions, radio equipment, alarms, and a steering pump that allowed for low-speed, limited rudder movement. That was not enough. It does not power propulsion. And without the propeller turning, the rudder was less effective. They were essentially drifting. If you wanted to regain propulsion through any sort of emergency generator, it would literally take a 6-story generator on a vessel to do that. There's that redundancy in, say, cruise ships, But the Dolly is not unlike other cargo ships. Now, that testimony just a day after the National Transportation Safety Board released their preliminary report on the accident. The Dolly experienced 4 total power outages, including 2 that occurred the day before the accident during routine maintenance being performed by the crew while the ship was docked. While recovering from the second power outage, the crews switched to a different transformer and a set of circuit breakers from those that had been in use for several months. Now, switching breakers is not unusual, but may have affected operations the very next day on the accident voyage. We continued to evaluate the design and operation of the Dolly's power distribution system, including their breakers. Examination of damage to the vessel continues when the ship is cleared of the debris and moved to a shoreside facility. Now, the Coast Guard and the Army Corps of Engineers have been able to reopen much of the channel, obviously, since the accident. Officials from those agencies testifying at the hearing as well, adding they expect the vessel to be refloated and removed from the channel as early as next week. The administrator for the Federal Highway Administration confirmed to lawmakers a preliminary estimate to replace the bridge. $1.7 to $1.9 billion. It'll take 4 years to construct, with completion estimated sometime in 2028, he said. Now, he was questioned by several lawmakers on the administration's request to have 100% of the bridge's replacement cost paid up front through federal funds, which would require legislation approved by Congress. Now, he pointed out getting the money approved up front by Congress removes an element of uncertainty to ensure against construction delays. In addition, a significant amount of that funding will be paid back to the government eventually through insurance payment recovery and money received through litigation proceedings from those responsible parties. But we don't want to wait for all that litigation and the National Transportation Safety Board investigations and the insurance issues. Now, a lot of that stuff takes time. During the hearing, Congresswoman Eleanor Holmes Norton, Washington's non-voting delegate in the House, sought comment on federal data showing that traffic crashes rose 29% on alternative routes in the weeks following the Key Bridge collapse. Same data shows it now takes between 2 and 4 times longer for drivers to travel those alternate routes. That traffic means trucks are delayed in reaching their destinations, commuters are late getting to their jobs or home to their families, and there's more air pollution and wasted fuel. He noted that when significant highway capacity is lost, traffic adjusts and levels out. However, that's not happening in Baltimore to some extent. And I think it's because of just the criticality of this particular artery. It's important for Maryland and Baltimore, but it's important for the Northeast corridor as a whole. Yes, there are trucks and vehicles moving through neighborhoods that normally they would not. That's why it's important we move with as much speed as possible to rebuild this thing. Now, he did tell lawmakers he would look into potential long-term relief, including maybe hours of service waivers for the truck drivers in that region being affected by those delays. Okay. They did have one other assessment. As part of the investigation, they're looking at other areas in the U.S. where bridges have been improved after vessel strikes. Yeah, depending on the information collected, they could issue an urgent safety recommendation even before a final report's issued on the Dolly accident. Now, they say the key is you have here a bridge that was opened in 1977. It's not the bridge that's getting larger. It's not the waterway that's getting larger. It's the vessels that are getting larger, both width and height. So it's important that states and other bridge owners look from a risk assessment standpoint, what type of vessel traffic is going through and how is that bridge protected from that traffic. Okay, a lot of interesting stuff. Okay, so let's see. Vic's online. We'll get to you following the news break, top of the hour. I think he has some comments on Cohen's testimony over the last couple of days. And yes, the early estimates indicate the barge collision that occurred in Galveston may have spilled up to 2,000 gallons of oil in the surrounding waters, according to the Coast Guard this past day. That was bunker oil. That's that nasty stuff. But we got the update, what the Coast Guard has to say about that particular incident as well, as we roll into a Friday. What do you say? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive at 844-844-3388.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. President Biden has invoked executive privilege to prevent the release of audio recordings of his interview with special counsel Robert Hur. House Speaker Mike Johnson weighs in on the decision, speaking from the steps of the U.S. Capitol.
President Biden is apparently afraid for the citizens of this country and everyone to hear those tapes. They obviously confirm what the special counsel has found and would likely cause, I suppose, in his estimation, such alarm with the American people that the president is using all of his power to suppress their release.
This comes as multiple Republican
him as an unreliable witness for the prosecution. NOAA is warning that Texas and Louisiana are under a high risk for flash flooding with the potential for up to 9 inches of rain, along with tornadoes, damaging winds, and hail. The agency notes that the high-risk area has received over 600% of its normal rainfall in the past 2 weeks alone. Among the Texas cities facing the greatest threat of severe weather, San Antonio, Austin, and Houston. President Biden is invoking executive privilege over audio recordings of his interview with the special counsel who investigated his handling of classified documents. House Speaker Mike Johnson accuses Biden of hiding behind his actions.
President Biden is apparently afraid for the citizens of this country and everyone to hear those tapes.
Following his interview with Biden, special counsel Robert Hur described the president as a sympathetic, well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory. It's a description that sparked a political controversy. Johnson believes Biden is attempting to prevent the tapes from being released before the election. The U.S. military has completed the construction of a new pier off the coast of the Gaza Strip. Officials are now ready to begin delivering humanitarian aid. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Donald Trump isn't concerned about winning over voters who supported former Republican primary candidate Nikki Haley. In an interview with Scripps News, the former president stated that Haley voters are all coming to me. Trump highlighted that Haley received far fewer votes compared to him and referenced polls showing him leading President Biden in crucial battleground states. Vice President Kamala Harris has accepted an invitation to participate in a vice presidential debate this summer. Harris agreed to CBS News' offer for a debate on either July 23rd or August 13th. However, Donald Trump has not yet announced his vice presidential pick. Airports across the country are anticipating higher than usual activity during the upcoming summer travel season. The TSA's Lisa Farbstein projects a 6 to 8% rise in air travel nationwide compared to last year.
Basically, we are seeing passenger volume that exceeds pre-pandemic levels. And that's what we're going to be seeing starting next week.
The TSA believes there's a strong possibility of screening 3 million or more passengers in a single day on multiple occasions, potentially setting a new record high. The House has passed the Ticket Act, focusing on addressing the issue of hidden fees in ticket sales. Its objective is to put an end to the deceptive ticketing practices that often leave consumers feeling misled and dissatisfied. Legislators argue the bill will enhance transparency in mandating the upfront disclosure of complete ticket costs. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We are T-minus 3 weeks until the Carolina kickoff, but the final gun will go off in west central Ohio after a mere 3.5 hectic months. So whether you're a puller or a fan, we hope to see you in September. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. Depending upon how you measure, the NTPA season is either in its 5th month or bearing down on its 1st. True, Region 6 events dotted the midsection of the state of Florida in January, February, and April, and the Mack Trailer Winter Nationals shook off the last of the cold weather blues indoors in Louisville, Kentucky in March. As May turns to June, however, the Grand National Circuit and the two most populous regions, 2 and 3, both begin in earnest. Does it then seem odd that this week's radio report would concentrate on the association's season finale? Not at all, because that's the poll where all the pollers want to be, and the one that fans in the know want to see. On Saturday, September 14th, the 37th Enderley Memorial Pull-Off will grace the Champaign County Fairgrounds in Urbana, Ohio for the 18th time since 2006 in a spectacle that has only expanded in competitiveness and prestige since Kent and Joan Enderley agreed to put up the money for the first one back in 1987. Then as now, the ticket to participation is punched entirely on merit. Competitors at both the Grand and Regional National levels must qualify based on their performance since Enderley time the previous year. And so, pullers across 13 Grand National divisions, Light Superstock, Newfields Ag Superstock Diesel, Superstock Open, High Torque Super Farm, and Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock tractors, CM Pulling Tires 2-wheel drive, 4-wheel drive, Superstock Diesel 4x4, and Dr. Preload Super Semi trucks, and Mini, GMS Manufacturing and Machine Light, Multi-Engine, and Unlimited Modifieds will go at it hammer and tong all year long to be one of 65 GN invitees. It's not easy to make the RN show either, and it's also not so simple. These 45 berths will belong to top point earners across 12 divisions: Light Limited Superstock, Classic Superstock, Super Farm, Light Pro Stock, 4.1 Pro Stock, and Hot Farm tractors, 2-wheel drive, 4-wheel drive, Superstock 4-wheel drive, and Pro Stock Diesel 4x4 3.0 trucks, and Mini and Multi-Engine Modifieds. So heavy is the workload in 5 divisions that pull in Indiana, Michigan, Ohio, and Pennsylvania that the NTPA split them into subregions, and so they'll send qualifiers from each half onto the Enderley. And we've already anointed 5 to participate in Urbana from the Florida events. Your 2024 Region 6 Super Farm qualifiers are the Caseys from North Baltimore, Ohio, with Whoopie Maker. Your Hot Farm qualifier is Brian McConnell from Valant, Pennsylvania, with Milkman's Mojo. Your 2-wheel drive qualifier is Crystal Wilson from Prince Frederick, Maryland, with her Dirty Money. Your modified mini qualifier is Jeff Hurt from Port Clinton, Ohio, with B-Bear. And your Region 6 modified qualifiers are the Bargies from Ansonia, Ohio, with the Judge Next Generation. Now, these teams could all relax, but the Caseys, the Wilsons, Hurt, and the Bargies all have 1 or 2 more vehicles in the hauler. And the only thing better than going down the Champaign County Twin Tracks once is going down them twice. You can watch it all unfold by purchasing event tickets this August in person at O'Reilly Auto Parts registers nationwide or online at ntpapull.com. It's a fast-moving smorgasbord of pulling with classes of between 3 and 5 vehicles apiece. They'll leave it all on the track in a one-run-and-done conclusion to another championship season, one that is, right now, just on the verge of getting started. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, here we go. Underway, another hour, another day. Friday coming on. Checking out some of the advisories as they had anticipated. Incredible rainfall numbers. We're all aware New Orleans, which sits below sea level, they've got the big pumps, and I'm sure they're all working overtime at this hour, but they've seen incredible rains already. Inch of rain plus another 2 to 3 inches expected rainfall, 2 to 3 inches in an hour. So they've got flash flood warnings for New Orleans, Gulfport, Biloxi, Mississippi, numerous areas right now. Number of interstates impacted by this. Interstate 10 in Mississippi between mile markers 1 and 76. Interstate 10 in Louisiana between the 261 and 273. Interstate 59 in Mississippi, mile markers 1 to 24. Interstate 12 between mile markers 81 and 84. I-59 in Louisiana between mile markers 1 and 11. Turn around, don't drown is the word. Yeah, lots of rain coming down, cats and dogs, as they say. And severe thunderstorm warnings now pushing through southern Mississippi. Gulfport, Mississippi, strong storm, straight line winds, same batch that had pushed through the Houston area earlier this past evening, everything progressing off to the east. All right, as we get another hour underway, we'll get back to your calls just ahead at 844-844-3388. I was instructed to mention by the better half this past evening, May the 15th was a day on the calendar for those of us that are going to be participating in the cruise come October. For those a lot of folks had put down just a deposit, in some cases just like a $25 deposit to hold a cabin. Carnival Cruise Lines, they set the date of May the 15th, yesterday, to have $250 per person down on those cabins, or they will begin reclaiming those cabins. So we've got a number of folks. I think there's a number of cabins where folks don't have $250 per person down on their cabin yet. Now, I can't do anything to hold them. Stephanie can't do it. At the travel agent can't do anything to hold them because this is a pretty much fully booked cruise, and Carnival wants money down to prove that you're not going to cancel at the last minute. So they had the $250 per person deadline that was yesterday. I don't know how long it's going to take before they start reclaiming those rooms. So word to the wise, I'd hate to get your cabin pulled out from under you for those who are planning to join us in October. And there is a deadline, July. Full payment has to be made. I believe it is July the 12th. We'll worry about that more because that's a couple months away. But please, get on there and make those payments. Get it up to $250 per person at least to keep those cabins. All right, Vic is on board here on a Friday morning. What's happening, Vic?
Hey, good morning, Steve. Yeah, it's raining pretty good here in Indianapolis right now. I was just thinking about you guys talking about the cost of the fast food meals. I don't know how much planning progress the farmers have made. It's big equipment. It's kind of a dual-edged sword. You can get a lot done, but you also can compact the soil. So if the beef is already at a high price, and if the grains don't get in the ground quite right, because this is the cutoff date for here in this area for the optimum planting time. After that, they supposedly lose so many bushel per acre for each day it's delayed. And so anyway, that's kind of a side note thing that I haven't done enough research on yet to really see where things stand. But and real quick, along the line with that, when I was listening to Eagle, and he was talking about the barges breaking away and stuff, you have to make a difficult decision when you go to tie off barges in a flood type situation, which they have down there in Galveston, and you don't really tie any knots when you tie off equipment, which water equipment, which most people probably know. It's kind of like you just use the restraining forces one against the other. Anybody's tied off, even a pleasure boat, is familiar with that. Because if you did try to put a knot in there and the rope got wet or anything, you'd never get the thing undone. So there's a whole lot to tying off equipment. And as far as the bridges go, I don't know how the Francis Scott Key Bridge was built, but a lot of those they're just on piers that have been driven to resistance or bedrock, and some of they're not really solid to the ground or anything. That must have been how that one was built, if the ship was able to basically knock it down. Now, some of the concrete bridges and the big ones like that, and the suspension bridges, they actually go to bedrock and then permanently attach them there. So there's a whole lot to that when you're dealing with water equipment. It's big equipment, and it's not easy to tie off or well, basically I'm surprised that more of them don't get loose in what they do, because like a fleeting service where they fleet the barges and everything, you have loaded barges and empty barges, It's I was trying to think of the name of that puzzle. They call it Jenga puzzle or something like that, because you have to kind of get all that equipment together. But really, what I was really called about was I was listening to Pappy there. From what little I seen of Cohen's testimony and the lawyer, the Costello that was testifying, as I understand it, the incentive for the election was actually on Cohen's part, and he thought he could get in good graces with Trump if he just went ahead and paid off Stormy Daniels. But the only way he could get the money to pay off Cohen could get the money to pay off Stormy Daniels was he had to take out something called a HELOC loan on his house, which I get notices for that all the time, but I don't know how they work.
Mm-hmm.
But I do know one thing: if he had a joint mortgage with his wife, which I suspect he did, she would have had to have signed the mortgage also. However, he said that Cohen said that he was trying to keep information away from his wife about taking out the HELOC loan. So if that's the case, it appears to me that Cohen must have forged his wife's signature. And as you look at everything that Cohen has said and has came out about him, there's a legal procedure, and I forget exactly what it's called, but when so much information piles up that it's obviously a fraudulent information has been used to bring the lawsuit, the judge does have the discretion to come out and say, that this lawsuit is, corrupted or whatever, so badly that I'm just going to call
throw
a
out
halt.
the case.
You can't. So now I don't think this Judge Merchan, whose daughter is making money off of this, he has some other ties in there that will do that. But by and large, even if it is a New York jury, I think when they see all the different finagling and everything else that Cohen has done, I don't believe that they're really going to get 12 of them on the jury to say that Trump was guilty of anything. It was more some skullduggery. And Cohen even admitted to defrauding Trump, kind of padding his legal bills. So by and large, I just don't see where that's going anything. And as far as the debates, if the courts, not the courts, but the reporters, moderators, try to go to the lawsuits, basically all Trump has to say is, well, that matters in court, and, I can't really discuss that right now. We'll have to wait and see how the trials turn out. And that's one thing that Trump is going to have to guard against, is don't let the reporters bait him into saying something he'll regret. Just say, I can't discuss that right now, and on advice of counsel or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So that was the main thing that I was called about there, was the debate. What was Trump? He can't discuss it. He shouldn't discuss anything that's in court right now, and he has a perfect answer to it. And that means they're going to have to come back to the issues at hand. And I know last night I think I sent you an email about North Korea sending Russia weapons to keep going in Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I looked that up. There are several states, even Myanmar, that are sending weapons back to Russia to get around the what do you call it, the sanctions against doing business with Russia, and they're just sending weapons back to Russia that they originally got from Russia, and saying, well, they were on loan or something or whatever. But if Russia would have ran out of weaponry by the time that they are where they are now, and Russia is scared to death that the United States and Europe will step up and just say to Ukraine, well, here's the weapons that you're going to need to make sure that Russia doesn't take any more territory and turn the situation around. So there's a lot of things that Trump that should be brought up in the debate. Israel, Hamas, and Russia, Ukraine, and the border. That's the three big things, and the inflation thing. I just don't see how that's going to die back anytime soon.
Even on the likes of CNN, are they going to be able to dodge those kind of questions? You know that because they would all make Biden look bad. They don't want to touch on those things.
Well, I don't know. I'll have to watch it just to see how they do try to skirt around it or rephrase it or anything. But like I said there, I think my personal feeling is that the reporters are going to try to bait Trump into saying something that could harm him in his court cases. So whoever preps Trump for these debates, I hope they point out that don't say anything about any active court cases. And that's the big thing that Trump has to watch out for, because I think it was a ploy basically to get Trump to say, well, no, I'm not going to debate under those circumstances. Mm-hmm. And instead he said, okay.
I'll be there.
That kind of flabbergasted. Yeah. So that's about all I had there tonight.
All right. Very good. Vic, have a great morning. 23 past the hour. All right. Dan, got you coming up here. First, let me go. Early estimates from the Coast Guard this past day. They're estimating maybe 2,000 gallons of bunker oil in the surrounding waters there. The barge had drifted away from the tugboat pulling it and crashed into the pillar supporting the Pelican Island Causeway Wednesday. The impact caused the bridge to partially collapse, cutting off the only road connecting Galveston to Pelican Island. State officials said early cleanup efforts have not identified any impacted wildlife from the oil, but video shows splotches of oil that spilled from the barge into Galveston Bay. We're pretty confident there was much less oil introduced to the water than we initially estimated, according to the Coast Guard spokesperson. We've recovered over 605 gallons of oily water mixture from the environment, as well as an additional 5,640 gallons of oil product from the top of the barge that did not get into the water. They've deployed a boom or a barrier to contain the source of the spill, and they're using drones and personnel to determine how much oil was in the water. It led to the closure of about 6.5 miles of waterway. Coast Guard said Thursday the tugboat lost control of the 321-foot barge due to a break in the coupling that had connected the two vessels. This past day, the barge remained beside the bridge, kind of weighed in place by debris, including rail lines that fell onto it after the crash. But this bridge, providing the only access between Galveston and Pelican Island, remains closed to incoming traffic, but vehicles leaving Pelican Island and pedestrians in both directions are not affected. Texas A&M University at Galveston, which has a campus on Pelican Island, urging staff and faculty to leave and said it was closing the campus, although essential personnel would remain there. Given the rapidly changing conditions and the uncertainty regarding the outage of the bridge, the Galveston campus administration will be relocating all Texas A&M Pelican Island residents through at least Sunday, according to their statement. Less than 200 people related to the school were on the island when the barge hit the bridge. Now, the university will provide transportation and cover the housing cost of those who chose to leave, but underlined that the school has not issued a mandatory evacuation. All right, aside from the economic impact, or environmental impact, they are expecting not to see some sort of a large economic disruption due to the accident. Yeah, the affected area is, they say, miles from the Intercoastal Waterway, which sees a lot of barge traffic in the Houston Ship Channel, a large shipping channel for those ocean-going vessels. But yes, this just weeks after the crash of the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore. I don't know if there's any conspiracy involved there, but some do, some don't. I know accidents happen every day. Quickly, other industry headlines before we get to our news break. There's a high school in Washington State. What do you think about this? A high school in Washington State asking the FMCSA to allow their 17-year-old students acquire commercial learner's permits. The notice is scheduled to be published in the Federal Register today, Friday the 17th. Connell High School is asking the FMCSA for an exemption starting in September that would allow students under the age of 18 enrolled in their CDL program to obtain a learner's permit. Students in the program would receive the permitted age 17, then receive 180 hours of classroom, field, and drive time instruction before earning a CDL at the age of 18. Now, of course, current regulations allow commercial drivers to begin operating intrastate at the age of 18. Interstate truckers, of course, must be at least 21. Connell High School noted in the request that their enrollment of about 600 students is 70% minority and 70% economically disadvantaged students. The school district serves as a primarily agricultural community across 4 rural towns, they say. We believe this would allow students to obtain a CDL at 18 years of age and upon graduation immediately enter the local workforce with stable, well-paying employment. So we'll see what the FMCSA, the comment period will be open later today.
USA News Update. A gag order prevents former President Trump from speaking out about his hush money trial, but that doesn't apply to his legion of followers. Several Republicans are standing by his side.
We are here to stand with President Trump and to let them know that are trying to silence him that we will not be silenced.
Thursday, Congressman Michael Cloud was one of a handful of backers who joined Trump as he walked into court. NOAA warns that Texas and Louisiana are under a high risk for flash flooding with the potential for up to 9 inches of rain along with tornadoes, damaging winds, and hail. Among the Texas cities facing the greatest threat of severe weather are San Antonio, Austin, and Houston. Vice President Kamala Harris has accepted an invitation to participate in a vice presidential debate this summer. Harris agreed to CBS News' offer for a debate on either July 23rd or August 13th. Donald Trump has not yet announced his vice presidential pick. John Schaefer, USA News.
Right now, you can eliminate odors, mold, mildew, bacteria, and viruses in your home with the Eden Pure Thunderstorm Air Purifier. The Eden Pure Thunderstorm uses Oxy technology that naturally sends out O3 molecules that seek out and destroy odors. The Thunderstorm doesn't mask or cover up bad smells, it eliminates them, leaving that fresh, clean smell, just like after a thunderstorm. The Thunderstorm is small, plugs right into the wall, and fits in the palm of your hand. Put one in your basement, bedroom, family room, kitchen, or anywhere you want clean, fresh air. It even includes a USB cord for your car or truck. Right now, save $200 on an Eden Pure Thunderstorm 3-pack for whole home protection. That's 3 units for under $200, a fraction of the cost compared to other air purifiers. Go to EdenPureDeals.com and use discount code USA3 to save $200. That's EdenPureDeals.com. Use USA and the number 3. Shipping is free.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, I came across an interesting post on Facebook just before showtime here and shared that a few hours ago. It was from WTOL, Channel 11. I'm assuming that's Toledo, Ohio. And it was the Doppler radar, to where it's kind of a time lapse where just after the sunset, I guess this is going back to Wednesday night, Thursday morning. Doppler radar kind of lit up in southern Ohio and much of Indiana, southern Michigan. To which he says it was a massive bird migration. Just after sunset, millions of birds take flight. And that's what they're capturing on the Doppler radar. It said about 286 million birds are in active migration tonight across the United States. It's that time of year, springtime, and yeah. And I was familiar that birds do migrate in massive numbers during the overnight hours. Interesting. You can check that out on my Facebook page there. Yeah, the radar just lights up. Pretty fascinating. Back to the calls here on a Friday morning. Good morning, Dan.
Good morning, Steve. I tell you, this trial in New York, every American really should be frightened. I mean, should be shocked by it. And because you honestly think this is the first, President Trump's the first one they've trumped up our
right,
poor choice of words, rigged up on charges?
Yep.
I mean, no. I mean, there's people languishing in jails. I mean, it's real nice. I mean, to take the number 3 person in the Department of Justice and ship him down to New York, and I don't know if he had to quit the Department of Justice, give up his job with the federal government to go to work for Bragg in the New York prosecutor's office there, because Bragg's he's a county employee, right? He's not a federal prosecutor anymore. He was a federal prosecutor. But, I mean, I just sit there and look at this, and I think to myself, you know, everybody says, well, if there is a conviction, which I really can't see how there could be, unless these people just hate Trump so bad that they think, well, let's go ahead and nail him. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because we know that eventually it'll work out, and this is all an election, you know, game, and in the end it'll be all right, and he'll get out. But we want to teach him a lesson now. Well, you do something like that. I mean, how do you know that there's the appellate courts just aren't as crooked as this guy, this Judge Merchan? You don't know.
You don't. And but based on as we know that the judge's daughter, like Vic said, making money, and the judge's daughter was part of trying to get Trump removed from the ballot in Colorado.
Right. And I mean, you sit there and you say, okay, 50 years ago, we wouldn't have known these things, but we know them now. And the Americans should be shocked. And I just, I mean, it's put a different spin on me as far as having respect for our justice system. Justice is the wrong word to use, because I mean, I don't know how anybody could vote to convict Trump on this, on these charges. I couldn't imagine how that would happen. But the other thing is, I am impressed by all those who are coming to speak on behalf of the President Trump, and to make this, to give him where he can't speak because of the gag order. They're coming. But the other thing is, where are some of these other people that people like you and I have had to hold our nose that we voted for? Where are they coming looking at a sham trial like this?
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, I think their days of getting my, I know their days of getting my vote are over with. Quite frankly, George W. Bush should be there. And some of these other, Mitch McConnell should be there. John Thune should be there. They're not. And again, I look at this, and my trust in our federal government is zero, sir, zero. And I just, we'll wait and see what happens. But that Costello, I mean, he said the thing that, he should be the only defense witness to go on the stand. And as far as Biden, people keep talking about, oh, he's old, he's this, he can't, and he is. I mean, he's feeble or whatever it is. He has diminished capacity. I'm going to tell you something. He's an evil person, and don't lose sight of that. And he's been that way all of his life. He's been lying since the day he probably learned to speak. And there's nothing, if he was smart, he'd say, I'm pardoning my son and I'm pardoning Trump because I don't want this to be an issue. And he probably would pick up a few points in the poll. But he's not smart. He's consumed with revenge and hate. And I just I look at the circumstances, and I just God forbid this country if that man gets reelected, and I don't consider him, quite frankly, the president, and I don't. I'm sorry. Now, Georgia, Fulton County. Well, now guess what? 3,700 ballots were double scanned.
Yeah.
So that was double scanned. Okay, all right. So 3,700 double scanned. Wasn't it 80-20 Biden versus Trump there? So 80% of that 3,700, roughly close to about 3,000 votes, were double votes for Biden, if you take those percentages. Well, now we found 6,700 more votes that were hand counted, but they were never scanned. But you need to believe in this election. Really. You understand what I'm saying? I don't. I mean, how do you look at something like that, and how do you know it's not going to go on again?
Right.
And one other thing is, don't forget these January 6th people who are being held. Some of them are still being held on misdemeanor charges in jail in Washington, D.C., and the time they've spent in jail, they've already exceeded what the penalty is for the crime they're being accused of. And they just haven't brought them to jail yet, or haven't brought them to trial yet. And it's like they're forgotten, and I mean, we're talking people, a lot of these people were veterans. I didn't know that. And they've cut off their veterans benefits. It's a sad situation, Steve. And sometimes I just, after you get off the air on Friday, I turn all the media off for the rest of the day. That's how I handle it. You know what I'm saying?
Try to get away from it.
Happens.
Yep.
Time to give yourself. I heard Rush Limbaugh say one time, "Listen to me, and don't listen to anything else. Turn off the TV and the radio." And I tried that a couple times, and that actually worked. That actually does give you a better attitude. So, but anyway, I never miss turning on the Overnight Drive show at night, though. And when I'm home, my wife enjoys listening to it. So, anyway, well, thanks a lot, Steve. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dan, for being a dedicated listener. Thank you. All right, it's 844-844-3388. I'm going to see if I could pull up this bit where Vivek Ramaswamy apparently, I guess he was standing outside the courthouse a day or two ago at Trump's trial. And the headline says, Vivek goes nuclear over the Trump witch hunt. Let's see if we can hear what he has to say here.
Shame on the spirit in our country's history, but we will get through it and be stronger, because you know who ultimately actually cast the vote on this case? It's not just the jurors in that jury box. It's every one of you at home. It's every American who votes this November to say no to the weaponization of justice. And if you're at home, you may say, you know what, I don't agree with everything Donald Trump's ever said. You know what, I may not agree with some of his policies even though they were great policies for 4 years. But you do agree, whether you are Democrat or Republican or black or white or gay or straight or man or woman, that our justice system should be blind to politics. That regardless of whether your last name is Biden or Trump, regardless of whether you've been a politician or not, you get a fair shake in our own legal system.
That's it. That's true. And he is correct. Yeah, November tells the tale, all right? Get back to the calls in 2. It's 844-844-3388. Rolling into a Friday. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, good morning to Roki. Roki says, grab your antennas and tune in. It is Hamvention time. Starts today, 17th, 18th, and 19th in Xenia, Ohio, at the fairgrounds there. Hamvention is the largest amateur radio convention in the world, he says. Well, if it's going to be a 3-day event, that must be pretty big, right? So what, the ham radio fanatics from all over, be funneling into Xenia, Ohio. He said, as a kid, I used to walk around toting my Radio Shack Mini 6 CB in a porta-pack, wearing my Explorer Scout jacket. Hamvention. All right, you're going to be attending this year? I wonder how many attendees that brings into the region. It is 844-844-3388. Almost a comical piece, but sadly it's true. If Democrat-run California wants to force residents into electric vehicles, Democrat-run California better start cracking down on crime. Talk about the law of unintended consequences. Thieves are now targeting the high-powered Tesla and other electric vehicle charging stations and stealing the heavy cable for the copper metal inside. According to the local NBC affiliate in San Francisco, in Vallejo, someone cut cables from 9 charging stations, leaving Tesla drivers in a bind, causing tens of thousands of dollars in damage and repair cost. One local EV driver said, I think this is the second or third time these have been cut. They need to put some gates up or something. I don't know what they can be doing, but this is pretty inconvenient. Don't you see the beauty of all this? Electric vehicle drivers vote for Democrats. Democrats pass regulations demanding you switch to an EV. They pass laws that basically decriminalize crime. So knowing there will be little to no consequences if they actually get caught, they destroy EV charging stations for the copper. And the cycle then completes with electric vehicle drivers getting what they voted for. Yes, the very same Democrat-run cities and states that want to force us to drive battery-powered cars are so soft on crime and criminals, the very thing needed to keep those battery-powered cars running, are vandalized and made useless. Even better, the fact that one of the primary reasons people don't want to move to EVs is reliability. They fear being unable to recharge due to a lack of available charging stations. Thefts like these will only increase that fear. How do you stop it? Well, contrary to what that electric vehicle driver said, gates will not work. If you have tools capable of cutting that thick power cord, you've got tools capable of cutting through a fence or a padlock. One could argue that these charging stations would be better protected if located at gas stations, but I don't buy that. The reason thieves don't target gas pumps has nothing to do with their location and everything to do with the fact that gas pumps have nothing valuable to steal. One sleepy overnight clerk at a 24-hour service station's not going to stop these crimes, and you can bet word is spreading through the criminal grapevine about how easy and lucrative this particular crime is. How long did it take for the thieves of the, what is that, the converters on automobiles? All right, back to the anonymous hippopotamus.
Yeah, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. Yeah, you're looking for catalytic converters.
That's it. Catalytic converters.
The platinum in the catalytic converters. Absolutely. So anyways, I apologize to Dan's wife. He should not force her to have to listen to horse. I hope he takes her flowers if he's forcing her to listen to horse feathers at home. I'm just saying. But anyways, that was a good bit. I kind of glad I like listening to I call you on my iPhone, but I listen to the show on my Android on the radio in the truck. So when I'm on hold and you play something like that, you lose the people on hold can't hear on the phone what you play. But I was glad to hear that bit there out of New York there. What Ramaswamy, is that what his name is there?
Yes, that's it. Vivek.
But anyways, it's good to hear him. So what we have to remember, and this goes for Dan, that the bozo said way back in the day, and it still could have been back in the 80s, and it goes on, I'm sure, long before that, maybe to the Kennedy era or even before, is we haven't had a justice system in this country. We have a high-priced legal system. And the legal system operates by who wins pays the most money. So you're fighting a losing battle, and I'm sure Pappy would kind of agree to that. I mean, there is some local justice that goes on, but for the most part, when it comes down to it, it's all about dollars and cents. And if you don't have the money to pay, then you're not going to win. It's just kind of the way it goes.
Yep.
But hopefully we'll find one to up there in New York to stand on our side and look at the facts and acquit, to say this isn't going to work, because if the glove doesn't fit, you must acquit. Isn't that the way it works, Your Honor?
That was the word.
Anyway, that's the way it goes. But anyway, so I called in about one last thing, and so in the news bit there, our fearless leader, he's changing the rules on marijuana. It's not going to be the class
Schedule
1 or
1.
whatever
It's
it is.
Schedule 3 now, yes.
Yes. So now what happens to all the people that have been convicted on a federal charge, but were in states where it was legal? But they got convicted on a federal charge in the state where it was. And what happens to all the truck drivers that have had positive drug tests because of THC, that they didn't use marijuana, but they used something else that had it, but because they had the federal DOT random drug test or pre-employment drug test, and they have to go through this. How are they going to be taken care of, Your Honor?
I mean, word is Biden is going to pardon thousands of people convicted federally of simple possession of marijuana. He's calling on the governors and local leaders all over the country to erase those convictions from people's records.
Okay, so what about the random clearinghouse, random drug clearinghouse that has all these records of truck drivers that have had random drug tests?
168,000 drivers on on that list of unauthorized, right?
Exactly. So does that mean they get their status put back to clean and they can?
Good question.
Now wait a minute. Have they lost their license? Do they get their license back if they've lost their license and couldn't have a job? Do they get, or do they have to go through the whole training process to get their license? There's a lot of things that need to be looked at in this situation here. But anyways, that's kind of what I got going for you. But the last thing there, you read that deal about Baltimore and the traffic issue. Now, the one thing they forgot to mention in that whole thing is that they're doing a major construction project on the top half of the Baltimore Beltway. The whole what you would call the north side, anything pretty much north of the city, is on the north. Actually, I should say the northwest side, central to northwest side, is under a construction zone. And in that construction zone, because of the accident that they had, what was it, a year and a half ago now? Maybe, I don't know, I don't think it's quite 2 years yet, where the 6 construction workers were killed by the two yin-yangs that were going at an excess of 100 miles an hour when one crashed into the construction zone upside down, killing 6 construction workers. They've lowered the speed limit to 45 miles an hour in this construction zone, and let me tell you,
so they've still got the construction going there after. Okay, well, we pause.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. President Biden has invoked executive privilege to prevent the release of audio recordings of his interview with special counsel Robert Hur. House Speaker Mike Johnson weighs in on the decision, speaking from the steps of the U.S. Capitol.
President Biden is apparently afraid for the citizens of this country and everyone to hear those tapes. They obviously confirm what the special counsel has found and would likely cause, I suppose, in his estimation, such alarm with the American people that the president is using all of his power to suppress their release.
This comes as multiple Republican-led House committees are considering holding Attorney General Merrick Garland in contempt of Congress over his refusal to hand over the audio recordings. NOAA says Texas and Louisiana are a high risk of flash flooding. The states could see up to 9 inches of rain over the next 48 hours, as well as tornadoes, damaging winds, and hail. Some of the Texas cities under the biggest threat of severe weather include San Antonio, Austin, and Houston. Meanwhile, cities in Louisiana like Lake Charles and Alexandria could also see severe weather. Congressional Republicans were in attendance at former President Donald Trump's hush money trial in New York on Thursday, condemning the case as a partisan exercise. Speaking outside the courthouse, Florida Republican Congresswoman Anna Paula Lunas says the case was designed to help President Biden's re-election campaign.
It is corrupt lawfare. It's the Biden prosecutions, and Biden, you're going to lose this election cycle.
Court will not be in session on Friday as President Trump will be attending his son Barron's graduation. The eyes of the golf world are on Louisville, Kentucky, where the second major of the year is taking place this weekend, the PGA Championship. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Airports across the country are anticipating higher than usual activity during the upcoming summer travel season. The TSA's Lisa Farbstein projects a 6 to 8% rise in air travel nationwide compared to last year.
Basically, we are seeing passenger volume that exceeds pre-pandemic levels. And that's what we're going to be seeing starting next week.
The TSA suggests there's a strong possibility of screening 3 million or more passengers in a single day on multiple occasions, potentially setting a new record high. New details are out regarding which diets will put you most at risk for cancer. USA's Corey Myers has the details.
Eating a vegan, vegetarian, or lacto-ovo vegetarian diet can significantly reduce the overall risk of developing cancer, heart disease, and dying early from cardiovascular disease, according to new research. Vegetarians don't eat any animal flesh, while the lacto-ovo version of vegetarianism allows dairy products and eggs while excluding all meat, poultry, and fish. And, of course, veganism, the stricter form, bans any food products made from meat, poultry, and seafood, as well as any animal byproducts, such as gelatin. However, these diets go right out the window if you consume sugary drinks like juices or alcohol or tobacco.
For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, indeed, it is a Friday. What's on tap for the weekend? One thing that is on tap is a lot of rain. Folks in the southeast, the Gulf Coast region, flooding, a lot of flooding. We'll be seeing some of the video coming in when the sun comes up this morning. New Orleans under flood warnings this Friday morning. All right, thanks for the heads up there, Roki. The Ham Festival, Ham Radio Festival in Xenia. You said last year the event set a new attendance record, 33,861. Wow. That according to WHIO-TV. I didn't realize there were that many ham enthusiasts still around these days. I guess there's a bunch of them. It's kind of a tight community, right? Let me see. Back where we left off there with horse feathers and the Department of Justice formally moving to reclassify marijuana. I guess it's not a done deal yet because it gets published in the Federal Register. There's a 60-day comment period that opens up. We'll see what the people think, right? But Biden said this is monumental. Far too many lives have been upended because of a failed approach to marijuana. I'm committed to righting those wrongs. You have my word. Yeah, this is also this is a big election year move, right? How do you garner the favor of especially that younger generation and the potheads, right? The election year announcement could boost his flagging support, particularly among younger voters. The notice of proposed rulemaking submitted to the Federal Register now kicks off a 60-day comment period, followed by a possible review from an administrative judge, which could be kind of a drawn-out process. Biden and a growing number of lawmakers from both parties have been pushing for the DEA decision. Marijuana has become, as we know, increasingly decriminalized and accepted, particularly by younger people. The U.S. Cannabis Council, a trade group applauding the proposed change, they said this would, quote, signal a tectonic shift away from the failed policies of the last 50 years. Available data reviewed by the Health and Human Services shows that while marijuana is associated with a high prevalence of abuse, that potential is more in line with other Schedule III substances. Their recommendations are binding until the draft rule is submitted, and Garland agreed with it for the purpose of starting the process. Still, the DEA has not yet formed their own determination as to where marijuana should be scheduled. They're expected to learn more during the rulemaking process. Former White House drug policy advisor, now associated with the group Smart Approaches to Marijuana, said there isn't enough data to support moving marijuana to Schedule III. As we've maintained through this process, it's become undeniable that politics, not science, is driving this decision and has been since the very beginning. Schedule III drugs are still controlled substances subject to rules and regulations. People who traffic in them without permission could still face federal criminal prosecution. Some critics argue the DEA should not change course on marijuana, saying rescheduling is not necessary. It could lead to harmful side effects, but others say rescheduling doesn't go far enough, and marijuana should instead be treated the way alcohol is. Obviously, federal policy now lags behind many states in recent years. 38 states have legalized medical marijuana. 24 states have legalized recreational use. That has fueled fast growth in the industry with an estimated worth of nearly $30 billion. Okay. So it's not a done deal yet. All right, let me finish up with horse feathers there.
Thanks for holding me over there, Your Honor. So have you got your marijuana growing facility all up and established there behind the secret bunker?
No.
Watch out there if Turbo goes out there and starts digging in the pansies or something. Anyway, so no, the construction area that was involved with workers is still sitting idle, sitting static.
Really?
It's not been touched. I believe that possibly it could still be because there's an impending court case that I believe is still a crime scene, Your Honor. I don't believe that they're doing anything with it because I think possibly it could be, have to be used in the court, for the legal part of the whole deal. So anyways, there's a whole new construction zone, but because of that incident, they reviewed their way that the traffic moves around the construction areas, and they determined instead of leaving the speed at 55 miles an hour past the protected construction area, the speed limit should be lowered another 10 miles an hour to 45 when the construction workers are there. So pretty much from morning rush hour through the afternoon rush hour, what used to be a 55 mile an hour road is now posted at 45 with speed camera cars at locations in the construction zone to take pictures of people speeding at a certain rate over top of that 45 miles an hour. And you can only imagine that the amount of people that, let me put this way too. The cars that take the construction zone speed camera pictures, those people back quite a few years ago fought saying that they didn't have sanitary facilities when they were in the construction zone. So every place that they set these vehicles up, they have to have a porta potty there. So the speed camera vehicle hides behind the porta potty so that you can't see. No, wait a minute. You can see the porta potty. You can see the vehicle. Yeah. So everybody knows exactly where it's at. So everybody does like 70 miles an hour. This thing, they slam on their brakes. So they're doing 45 or 50 past it. And once they get far enough out of range, then they go back up to 65, 70 miles an hour in the 45 construction zone. And you can only imagine for the people that are more abiding of the speed limit, these other people are playing slice and dice and in and out and passing on the shoulders. And so is the more accidents on the Baltimore Beltway because of the traffic that's not going over the Key Bridge? Or is it because of the way the construction zones are operating on the highway now? Two variables have happened at the same exact time. So the increase is it's kind of hard to they're justifying the increase one way when I don't know if they've looked at it the other way as well. So, but it's almost a disaster around Baltimore. You can get around, but you just got to pay attention to it. If you can avoid Baltimore, sometimes it's better. The other day, 95 was jammed up. You couldn't even go into downtown Baltimore on 95 at, I don't know, what time was it? I was trying to go back, like 2:00 in the afternoon. It It was jammed up all the way from the Beltway all the way into Baltimore. You could not get into Baltimore, and I don't know what the whole issue was, but I mean, I found my way through on the whole city streets and made it home in normal time. But again, as you read in the report, there's trucks that are going in places where a lot of times they don't go, and I end up on roads where I see people look at me like, hey, I ain't never seen one of them on this road before, but it's legal. I mean, I know where I'm at a legal highway. So anyways, that's kind of where all that goes.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, I wasted enough more time on your casual Friday here. So we'll bring one in out of the cornfield, Your Honor, for this casual Friday. And just remember, now that we got the whole country on casual Friday does not mean drive naked.
And now we've got the rest of the story. Thank you much, Horse Feathers. See what's going on with Brain Dead on a Friday morning. Morning, Brain Dead. What's happening out there?
Oh, just trying to get this little story here unloaded. But I'm just glad we're just about done moving. We got all the big stuff out the way the other day. A couple of buddies of mine came over from work. We got it all done. Yeah, not to mention the safe decided it wanted to go a little farther back than what I wanted it to go back. So, like I said, I feel like the coyote in the cartoons. To answer Horse Feather's question about the drug and alcohol clearinghouse, the legalization of marijuana does not affect that at all. Those are if you tested positive for drugs or alcohol. There is a set standard and a set program that you have to go through. And if I remember right from what a friend of mine was telling me, the first year is you are drug tested at random once a month for 12 months. The company has to file the results with the Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse. However, he was at Yellow, and lovely Yellow didn't file anything for the first 6-7 months that he had to go through this program. And then the second and third year, it's a total different set of parameters. There's certain things you've got to do. And in the third year, it's erased from your record. Now, the other thing, too, is, Steve, did you see that story, or did you cover it a few days ago? Eskimo Mom and myself, a few others were talking about this tonight, was the driver that's charged with 8 counts of vehicular homicide for smoking marijuana oil. Did you see that?
I don't recall touching on that one.
It was somewhere, I think, down in Florida, where I just kind of seen it and skimmed it. And it was a charter bus that the driver hit head on and went through, I think, a couple of fences and overturned and killed 8 people on the bus. And he had wrecked, I think, like 3 days earlier, he had wrecked his mom's car up a tree. I don't know if you could find that or not, but Eskimo Mom did tell me something else too. You remember I told you, what was that, Sunday night into Monday morning, about that new ice cream flavor that Meyer's coming out with? Remember that?
Yes.
Well, they decided to change their mind, Steve. These corporations, you just wish you could make up their mind and be done with it. So guess what the new flavor is, Steve?
I'm anxious to know.
Despra Mint. Vitamin.
And it's 19 past the hour. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new.
Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
Well, according to the AccuWeather report, wildfire season off to a much early start once again. Colossal wildfires burning across Canada. Thousands of people driven from their homes, kids, pets, precious belongings in tow. Yet many uncertain when they'll be able to return home. Firefighters battling more than 100 blazes across the country. Now, they were hoping to see a little bit of relief here midweek with a bit of rain and some cooler air, but there are several volatile fires raging within miles of neighborhoods. Fire officials warn slight changes in weather conditions or wind could quickly place homes and businesses at risk. More than 6,000 people have been evacuated from Fort McMurray in Alberta, Canada, since Tuesday as a 51,000-acre fire burns less than 5 miles from the city's edge. They said residents should plan to be away from their homes until at least May the 21st, maybe longer. The fire near Fort McMurray was still active Wednesday. Winds were expected to begin pushing the blaze away from the city. Alberta Wildfire Information Officer said rain showers are forecast to begin. They were expecting that Wednesday night and Thursday morning. But around the clock, firefighting efforts have helped keep the flames at bay. Water helicopters equipped with night vision. Yes, firefighters, some of them defending their own communities. Pulling grueling, dangerous shifts. New fires, they say, are cropping up every day, though. Several out-of-control blazes are threatening populous neighborhoods, prompting scores of evacuating residents to look for lodging in hotels, emergency shelters, camp and RV sites. One of those among the 5,000 ordered to evacuate the Fort Nelson area in British Columbia, where the Parker Lake fire is burning just 1.5 miles from his community. Said, I've become consumed with watching the news and scrolling social media, trying to figure out if my town is still going to be there. All right. Extraordinarily dry conditions are posing challenges for fire personnel battling blazes that have come within a mile of the Cranberry Portage community in western Manitoba. About 580 people evacuated there. No estimated time for their return. So because the conditions are so extremely dry up there, the fires burn down deep. According to the director of the Manitoba Wildlife Service, talking to the CBC, said firefighters have to get in there and dig really deep into the ground to put it out. We're not talking a few inches. We're talking about potentially meters into the ground in spots. How is that? I never heard of such a thing, having to dig that deep. Wow. Meanwhile, back to the calls here. Let me see. Dominic? Dominic? Yes, no, going once.
Hello?
Hello?
Hey, Steve. Hey, can you hear me?
Well, we got you. What can we do for you, Dominic?
Gotcha, yeah. I was just calling in. I just wanted to see if you've been taking a look at the Facebook chat here. It looks like they're organizing a little fight.
You mean the kids are restless? What are they? Are they not playing good on the chat tonight or something?
No, it does not seem like that, Steve. Looks like they're organizing a little cage match.
A little cage match, okay.
Looks like I think current bid's up to $2,000.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. Looks like Dennis here says he needs at least $2,000. So
okay.
I just wanted to see if you've been looking at that throughout the night here.
Well, when I start the show, I do go through, and obviously I share a whole bunch of what's going on, but no, as the night progresses, I don't pay much attention. Mindy's told me that sometimes she goes in and she has to cut off the chat. So what is it with you guys? Can't you play nice? Back and forth, I guess. So, trying to look here. Who we got going? Yeah, Dennis and Vernon. Yeah, Josh, whoever Josh is. Okay, play nice, will you? It's Casual Friday. Let's see. Eagle back on board Friday morning. What's happening, Eagle?
Hello?
Yeah, Eagle, you know what? Yeah, Eagle, I'm looking at the clock. I only got let me put you back on hold, and then we'll come back to you after the news break, because, we're about a minute from news break. Meanwhile, a couple lines available. It's 844-844-3388. A new study by Flock Freight and Drive Research shows that last year, 43% of truckloads moved partially empty, with an average of 29 linear feet of unused deck space. That translates or equates to 1 in 4 truckloads moving completely empty, essentially. The study, entitled Wasted Space, Wasted Dollars: The Economic Impact of Inefficient Freight. Kind of sounds, maybe Eagle could maybe even touch on that, because he hauled a load just last week. He said, what was it, like half or 3/4 empty? He said, but I'm still getting paid, right? So pick up there after this on a Friday morning. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. A gag order prevents former President Trump from speaking out about his hush money trial, but that doesn't apply to his legion of followers. Several Republicans are standing by his side.
We are here to stand with President Trump and to let them know that are trying to silence him that we will not be silenced.
Thursday, Congressman Michael Cloud was one of a handful of backers who joined Trump as he walked into court. NOAA warns that Texas and Louisiana are under a high risk for flash flooding, with the potential for up to 9 inches of rain, along with tornadoes, damaging winds, and hail. Among the Texas cities facing the greatest threat of severe weather are San Antonio, Austin, and Houston. Vice President Kamala Harris has accepted an invitation to participate in a vice presidential debate this summer. Harris agreed to CBS News' offer for a debate on either July 23rd or August 13th. Donald Trump has not yet announced his vice presidential pick. John Schaefer, USA News.
Right now, you can eliminate odors, mold, mildew, bacteria, and viruses in your home with the Eden Pure Thunderstorm Air Purifier. The Eden Pure Thunderstorm uses Oxy technology that naturally sends out O3 molecules that seek out and destroy odors. The Thunderstorm doesn't mask or cover up bad smells, it eliminates them, leaving that fresh, clean smell, just like after a thunderstorm. The Thunderstorm is small, plugs right into the wall, and fits in the palm of your hand. put one in your basement, bedroom, family room, kitchen, or anywhere you want clean, fresh air. It even includes a USB cord for your car or truck. Right now, save $200 on an Eden Pure Thunderstorm 3-pack for whole home protection. That's 3 units for under $200, a fraction of the cost compared to other air purifiers. Go to EdenPureDeals.com and use discount code USA3 to save $200. That's EdenPureDeals.com. Use USA and the number 3. Shipping is free.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back on Casual Friday. Yeah, pick it up. The study was titled Wasted Space, Wasted Dollars. They surveyed 1,000 transportation decision makers from various industries, providing a comprehensive view of the challenges and the strategies employed to drive efficiency. Historically, the U.S. truckload market has been locked into a binary concept of full or empty when it comes to trailer capacity. We're challenging both shippers and carriers alike to rethink this, according to the chief operating officer at Flock Freight. With 43% of truckloads moving only partially full, there's a massive opportunity for businesses to maximize trailer utilization and reduce overall transportation with our shared truckload solution. According to Flock Freight, the new research highlights the hidden costs of LTL shipping, with the average enterprise shipper incurring up to $6.3 million annually in damage and loss claims. But a lot of empty space on those trailers, right? I remember speaking to some of the postal carrier guy that he would be making a run. Some nights he'd be full, and other nights he'd be, I've got one pallet in my whole trailer. It's like, okay, a lot of empty space, right? Still got to roll. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, on board 62 in Humphrey, Nebraska. We're about to load this powerful chrome-plated cow truck for a high-speed trip south to the land of Oz, then home to the Weiss compound and a hot-looking blonde for a week of vacation. Special shout-out to the trucking icon Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger from Parks Livestock there in Nebraska. All right, enjoy your time off there, Lauren Weiss. All right, Eagle, we are back.
Okay, yeah, how you doing? I want to get back to a couple of things, Steve. First, before I get to Donald Trump and his court situation. Yeah, that video that you was talking about last night, I looked at that video, that truck. You know, I had seen that a couple of months ago when it happened, when the truck that almost drove off the bridge over there in Louisville. The driver of that, whoever that driver in that four-wheeler was, they need to put him in jail because they said that he was driving reckless. They said he was in and out of traffic, lane to lane, and you could clearly see in that video he cut that truck off, and luckily it was a black woman that was driving that truck.
Mm-hmm.
If she wouldn't have had a seatbelt on, she wouldn't be with us right now, huh?
I'm thinking. I said the same thing. Where she ended up the seatbelt just pretty much held her in place. She was dangling there for 45 minutes. Eagle.
Yeah. I remember when it happened a couple of months ago. I was in shock when I seen the truck hanging off the bridge. I'm still trying. I don't know what kept her from falling in, but like I said, if she wouldn't have had that seatbelt on, it wouldn't have been a good story on that situation. And, like you say, they had the dash cam. I took a look at it today, and it's pretty bad deal that she got involved in. I don't know if she's still driving trucks or not. That might scare enough not to even want to drive a truck again. So I don't know if she's still driving, but if she wasn't driving, I wouldn't blame her if she wasn't driving trucks no more. After having a scare like that, that's a bad deal there. But hopefully they got the driver that was driving that car reckless like that. That guy don't need to be on the road if he's driving like that. That's ridiculous. And then you talked about the other deal with the husband and wife out of Tennessee. Yeah, I seen that story that you was talking about. Like they were running drugs. It's hard to believe that they would want to go out like that. That they wanted to lose their life. It shouldn't have been that important that they should have got into a shootout with the police, and lost their life. So that's a bad deal there for them. For them. They said they didn't want to go to jail. They'd rather be dead. So I guess they got what they wanted.
They did.
That's bad. Huh?
They got what they wanted. They said they'd go out with essentially it was suicide by cop.
Yeah. I don't understand why somebody would do something like that. That's a bad deal there. But yeah, you got some wild stories out there, and then the other story about that one guy a couple of weeks ago that down in Texas that drove his truck. He couldn't get his driver's license, so he decided to drive his truck through the driver's license office and killed an innocent man in the driver's license office. So you got some crazy things going on right now. And oh yeah, I can't forget about that other story down there in Louisiana just a couple weeks or two ago. A truck driver got shot. He got out of his truck and confronted a car, and the man had a gun and shot him. He died right there on the roadside. So there's some bad stuff been going on the last couple of weeks in the trucking industry. But yeah, Steve, to get back to the politics deal with Donald Trump and Stormy Daniels and this Cohen guy. Yeah, Steve, it looks like Cohen, man, I can't believe they're letting this guy get away with that. What he's doing, you know, they said the man was on the internet selling T-shirts, baseball caps, making a profit. How can that be legal for him to be on the internet, on TikTok, making videos, selling T-shirts? Can you explain that, Steve?
I don't know. I guess you could be sued for using Trump's likeness or something. I think you got to get permission to do that stuff.
Yeah. They said something about one of his T-shirts had Donald Trump in a prison uniform or something. I think that's what I heard. That he had Donald Trump's picture on a T-shirt in an orange jumpsuit or some nonsense. The whole story is just crazy. This case is a waste of time. Like one of your other callers said, man, I hope you got 12 jurors out there, Steve. I hope all 12 of those people are not dumb enough to say Donald Trump is guilty of this crime. You got to have at least one of those guys that's got to have a conscience about themselves and know that this is not right. I don't care if they live in New York City or wherever they come from. You got to believe that one of those people has to see that this is Donald Trump is being railroaded. Hopefully these guys will make the right decision and it'll be a mistrial, and they won't, because this is ridiculous. What's going on, Steve? When it comes to Trump, and then with Biden, mocking this guy, that should be, like I said, if Donald Trump was doing that to Joe Biden, the Democrats would be raising hell if Donald Trump made a comment. Speaking of comments, I want to talk about that after I say this about Biden. If Donald Trump said that Joe Biden is only off on Wednesdays and he had Joe Biden in a courtroom 4 days out of the week, I guarantee you the Democrats be raising hell about that if it was the other way turned around. But you want to speak about reverse racism, Steve, and you and I both know if Donald Trump made this comment, they'd be talking about him getting out of the race. They'd be trying to put Donald Trump under the jail if he made the comment that the mayor of New York made the other day, where he said that he was looking for people to be lifeguards at swimming pools in New York. And he said that illegals, Mexicans, or whatever you want to call them, they would be good lifeguards because they know how to swim good, because they swam across the Rio to get to the U.S. Now that's a racist statement right there. Don't you think so?
Somebody brought that up, and at first I thought they were kidding about it, but no, apparently he actually did make that statement. Yeah, good swimmers if you can swim across the Rio Grande, right? All right, let's move over to the former owner of 8 trucking companies. And this is one of those scenarios. You don't know who you're actually sharing the road with out there. And you see it every day if you drive a truck for a living. Yeah. Who in the hell, how'd they get a license? What are they doing? Former owner of 8 trucking companies facing prison time for a scheme to fraudulently obtain CARES Act funds while operating multiple chameleon carriers. Roderick Billingsley of Ackworth, Georgia, pleading guilty to 1 count of wire fraud, 1 count of falsification of records for bilking the federal government out of hundreds of thousands of dollars. But he registered his first trucking company, Billingsley Inc., with the FMCSA in 2018. used a Jacksonville, Florida address as the principal place of business. The following year, he registered Freight Angels, LLC, same address. In October that same year, registered a third trucking company, Wild Bill's Heavy Haul, principal place of business in Ackworth. Things started to go south for him and his trucking companies fairly quickly. Just 1 month after registering Wild Bill's Heavy Haul, the FMCSA completed a compliance review of Billingsley, Inc., found serious violations of FMCSA and hazardous material regulations. They were given 60 days to fix it. January of 2020, they issued the final order to the company to cease and desist all trucking operations, revoking Billingsley, Inc.'s registration. Final order applied to Billingsley's 2 other trucking companies as well, a measure the agency takes to ensure operations of a company forced to shut down don't move to another company. Gets kind of twisted because then the COVID hit. COVID hit it after his trucking companies were shut down. But that didn't stop him from pursuing funds from the small businesses affected. Early 2020, the government stepped in to help, right? The CARES Act, the Paycheck Protection Program, hundreds of billions of dollars, forgivable loans for small businesses trying to keep workers employed. Well, it was June of that year, 2020. He filed a PPP loan application for Billingsley, Inc., claiming the company had 25 employees, a monthly payroll of more than $200,000, despite the fact that the company had already been ordered to shut down before the pandemic. Based on false information provided, a loan for nearly $600,000 was approved, all of which was forgiven. Okay. Those funds were used for personal gain and to operate 8 illegal trucking companies. The investigation revealed numerous trucking companies registered after the FMCSA shut down his first 3 businesses. The January of 2020 final order shut down the 3 companies that he owned at the time. When he registered the last 2, he correctly disclosed his relationship with the other trucking companies. From June of 2020 to October of 22, Billingsley, or someone acting on his behalf, registered 5 other trucking companies with principal place of business registered all over the country. There was an E-Cargo out of Blacklick, Ohio, Hidden Valley Transport in Edgewood, New Mexico, U.S. Transport in Harrington, Delaware, Midwest Express in Moorcroft, Wyoming, Dispatch USA out of Birmingham, Alabama. Obviously, all those companies, which obviously, as of the case was with his first 3, when the FMC did the compliance review, serious violations. Shutting them down. So those trucks had been out there rolling up and down the highways and byways, sharing the road with you. All right, let's get back to the calls here. What do you say? Scarecrow got you coming up on a casual Friday. And it's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by
We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, coming up, we'll get to how the car companies steal your data. You won't like it. And now, after all this time, the former National Institutes of Health chief testifying. Yeah, well, guess what? The COVID lab leak scenario, that's not a conspiracy theory. Well, I think we've all said that forever and a day, but many were censored for saying that several years ago. Yeah, now the truth begins to come. We might one of these days get the full truth, the rest of the story. On a casual Friday morning, Scarecrow.
Well, good morning to you, Steve. Steve, you kind of had me scratching my head during that first half hour of warm-up of yours there. I was thinking, is Steve kind of maybe rewriting the lyrics to that 1960s song, Last Kiss? You kind of phrase, how did the phrase go? Well, where, oh, where can our monkey be? Yeah, that's what you said, Steve. And after that, I've been trying to, gosh, I should try to help Steve with some more lyrics here, but no matter which way I went with it, bud, I just couldn't make it happen there. So you're on your own on this one. I'm not going to touch that one. But either way, yeah, we inquiring minds do want to know what the heck is going on with the Gouger there. But I think now that the road check is over, I suspect we're going to be hearing from him here next week there. But they've touched a couple times this week now on the electrification of that test roadway for charging electric vehicles and such. See, that's not such a far-fetched notion. The technology is actually there in a roundabout way. Now you look at your cell phones and such. You can lay them on a flat surface and you charge it. You don't need the direct connection. I have an electric toothbrush at home. Shucks, that's 5-6 years old, if not older. And that does not have a direct, electrical contact. It transmits, through plastic. So, granted, it's a far different animal we're talking about, charging a vehicle. But I don't think it's so far-fetched myself. From reality and being in a practical application, it's maybe a little ways out there, but no, technology being what it is, I think we'll see it. Not that you're going to find me in that car driving over that surface, but that's a different game too. I was thinking here too. The CDC, they came up in conversation again or in the news. See, prior to, and we're going to, it's Casual Friday here, yeah. So this is going to take us casual. We'll figure this one out. Prior to COVID, really, had any of us heard much of the CDC or exactly what it was, or was that a subject that came up in the Summers household in conversation very often? Probably not.
No.
No. Well, Steve, the CDC has actually been in our family's conversation for probably about 25 years now, and several others around our area. And Captain Ron, you're going to want to pay attention to this now. Steve, we, and I've made note of this before, acquaintance of ours has about 80 acres of recreation property that we do our camping at. At least we have up until this year. Now they sold the property. It was an investment for them, retirement investment, and he put up a new heavy equipment repair shop. So he sold off the 80 acres. Hence, our campground went with it. And Steve, we took the name of the Cedar Deck Campground. Now, if you remember Captain Ron's call, referencing how he had slopped paint on his deck. Well, Steve, when you're camping by yourself, so to speak, out of the public's eye, you can be a little less reverent and maybe more irreverent. And I won't say carry on, but yeah, we carried on in a respectable manner. By the way, autonomous hippopotamus. No, that does not mean sans clothing, by the way. I know that's going to come up. But, yeah, so we got a lot of play out of that Cedar Deck there, Steve. And, we could take and run with that. I think it's Jeff Foxworthy and Bill Engel. They might have a stand-up feel about the deck and maintenance and pruning of the shrubbery, and you know where that is going to go. So that Captain Ron, you'd be our kind of camper, man.
Well, we got to pause, so hold that thought. We'll return after this.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. A gag order prevents former President Trump from speaking out about his hush money trial, but that doesn't apply to his legion of followers. Several Republicans are standing by his side.
We are here to stand with President Trump and to let them know that are trying to silence him that we will not be silenced.
Thursday, Congressman Michael Cloud was one of a handful of backers who joined Trump as he walked into court. Lawyers for the former president are asking New York's Court of Appeals to intervene and remove the gag order. Donald Trump's lawyers are casting doubt on the credibility of former Trump lawyer Michael Cohen as the ex-president's criminal hush money trial unfolds in New York. Trump's defense is challenging Cohen's credibility by having him recall his guilty pleas to tax evasion and lying to Congress. They're aiming to portray him as an unreliable witness for the prosecution. NOAA is warning that Texas and Louisiana are under a high risk for flash flooding with the potential for up to 9 inches of rain, along with tornadoes, damaging winds, and hail. The agency notes that the high-risk area has received over 600% of its normal rainfall in the past 2 weeks alone. Among the Texas cities facing the greatest threat of severe weather, San Antonio, Austin, and Houston. President Biden is invoking executive privilege over audio recordings of his interview with the special counsel who investigated his handling of classified documents. House Speaker Mike Johnson accuses Biden of hiding behind his actions.
President Biden is apparently afraid for the citizens of this country and everyone to hear those tapes.
Following his interview with Biden, special counsel Robert Hur described the president as a sympathetic, well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory. It's a description that sparked a political controversy. Johnson believes Biden is attempting to prevent the tapes from being released before the election. The U.S. military has completed the construction of a new pier off the coast of the Gaza Strip. Officials are now ready to begin delivering humanitarian aid. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Donald Trump isn't concerned about winning over voters who supported former Republican primary candidate Nikki Haley. In an interview with Scripps News, the former president stated that Haley voters are all coming to me. Trump highlighted that Haley received far fewer votes compared to him and referenced polls showing him leading President Biden in crucial battleground states. Vice President Kamala Harris has accepted an invitation to participate in a vice presidential debate this summer. Harris agreed to CBS News' offer for a debate on either July 23rd or August 13th. However, Donald Trump has not yet announced his vice presidential pick. Airports across the country are anticipating higher than usual activity during the upcoming summer travel season. The TSA's Lisa Farbstein projects a 6 to 8% rise in air travel nationwide compared to last year.
Basically, we are seeing passenger volume that exceeds pre-pandemic levels. And that's what we're going to be seeing starting next week.
The TSA believes there's a strong possibility of screening 3 million or more passengers in a single day on multiple occasions, potentially setting a new record high. The House has passed the Ticket Act, focusing on addressing the issue of hidden fees in ticket sales. Its objective is to put an end to the deceptive ticketing practices that often leave consumers feeling misled and dissatisfied. Legislators argue the bill will enhance transparency in mandating the upfront disclosure of complete ticket costs. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, we get that final hour underway on a Friday. TGIF Eskimo Mom passed an update our way. Eagle was asking about the driver that ended up dangling off the bridge there a couple months ago. She says, as for the driver, she's still dealing with post-traumatic stress disorder. I could only imagine. Has not got back in the truck. As of the last update that I read a couple weeks ago, some local stations in Louisville provide occasional updates on her and some of the community support that she and her family had received after that harrowing incident, right? Jeffrey Lee, hello to Jeffrey in Florida. Ready for another hot day there in the Sunshine State? Sounds like you're going to be cooking this weekend. Good morning, Steve and the Overnight family. Back to Scarecrow. Thanks for hanging in there. Casual Friday.
Well, we'll roll with the casualness a little bit longer here, Steve. Regarding that Cedar Deck campground, though, we had, you've probably seen these large spools that underground telephone cable comes on there. We had one probably about 5 foot diameter. It stood by me 3 foot high, just right for, bar height, 40 inches tall. Well, Steve, the center of this has a hole in it. I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 inch diameter. Well, that screamed to have a pole sticking out of it now. And now don't jump to conclusions here. Now, if somebody says stripper pole, it's on your call. I'm not the one that said that now. And so I headed off the chainsaw and found a slender, I guess that was a black locust tree. Yeah, that'd make a pretty poor stripper pole anyway. But, it looked more like a flagpole sitting there, Steve. And, a flagpole needs a flag, right? Mm-hmm. So, at my convenience, I swung into Walmart and went to the women's lingerie department. And I imagine there was a few onlookers that I'm sure they were thinking, oh, isn't that sweet? He's shopping for something for his, lovely young lady at home. Well, Steve, I found the biggest boulder holder that I think I'd ever seen. And it probably makes Stormy Daniels look like a training bra. But that became the flag on the pole, Steve. And when the wind was blowing and such, it caught a pretty good volume of air there. So, and mind you, now this is something you're not gonna generally get away with at any state park or public campground or such. And as things go, as I say, we've lost that campground now, and actually this weekend we'll be going to one of the Wisconsin state campgrounds here, so we're all reassessing our manners and such. But you did mention the ham, Steve. Ham is the meal of the weekend, so to speak. Be a Saturday night. We rotate who's in charge of the main course, and yeah, we're going to drag the smoker with us, and everybody liked it so well at Christmas time. We'll do a repeat. Now, I have to get away from, well, it's casual, but Steve, we are born and we die, and there's a varied things happen in between, some for better, some for worse. And some of us seem to have a barrel that we are laid over for most of that period of time. Now, I bring the camping up. This plays into that. Now, yesterday afternoon, I'm laying underneath, I still have that old Suburban, fighting with a couple oxygen sensors, and any of you guys out there that have dealt with them, you know what they're like to break loose and replace. Either way, I'm listening to the water dripping, Steve, and what I had done to the camper was sitting right next to me. I'd hooked the garden hose up and flushing the system one last time. Well, a week back, I'd put a new handle on the drain valve for the gray tank. Now, there's a black water tank too, but we'll leave that out of the conversation here. And Steve, I never leave that valve closed when it's at the camper sitting at home. And it's just what I do. Well, I had closed it when I put that new handle on. And even with a flow restrictor, pressure reducer on the line going into the camper, I'm listening to this water dripping, and I'm not putting two and two together. Now, think about this, Steve. That main dump valve is closed, and I'm hearing water. Are you? Am I painting a picture here?
Yes, you are.
Now, remember, Crow is laying over this barrel now, and yeah, it filled up the gray tank, and there's probably a vent on it somewhere, but not nearly enough to handle that flow. And all I can figure is it would have backed up. I guess the bathroom sink would be the lowest point, because the bathroom floor was flooded, and I could see water down in the heating duct to the floor heat in the bathroom there. And yeah, it looked like a pontoon boat that had just come out of the Mississippi River there for all the water that was dripping down alongside. So we got that to look forward to, somehow drying that out, and the whole fish out of water thing there. We'll leave casualness at that for now. If you're totally lost for callers at the end, I'll chime in with another thing here, Steve. But that ought to be enough casualness for this week.
That works for us.
Do it again Sunday night with.
Get the new week started. Very good. Thank you very much, Scarecrow. Car companies have admitted they're selling our private data. Companies like Stellantis were looking to cash in on the data collected from our connected vehicles. But recently, we've learned they're in discussions to offer you an opt-out on data packages from their vehicles to service providers. This is only because drivers pushed back. Your messages were heard. The car makers heard you wanted to have consent on where they use your data. But this fight is far from over. Lauren Fix says, if you actually read the fine print on any of those terms of service contracts for the connected car apps, it's horrifying. The quality of data that's being collected and what they can do with it. This would keep anyone from signing up for that service if they actually read it, she says. Companies want to be able to track your location, your direction of travel, your speed, without restriction, and all for free. Plus, the in-car audio recording. They can do, as we mentioned in the kill switch infrastructure bill is pretty scary stuff. Lauren Fix, the car fix girl, said, you don't sign these agreements at the dealership. No one will hand you the paperwork and confirm you understand what you're agreeing to before you click confirm. You buy your car, you go to use one of the integrated services like the built-in apps, radio, maps, Wi-Fi, autonomous driving features, phone connectivity. A screen pops up and asks you if you agree to the terms of service, or you can't use that service. Nobody reads those super long agreements, and I can vouch for that. Many times you'd need an attorney to understand it anyway. All I wanted to do, right, is you want to use the vehicle and all the features. Problem is, you agree to hundreds, maybe thousands of pages of legalese stating you have no privacy in your car. The car company and their service partners own all your data and sell it. They make huge amount of money doing this. You can opt out if you figure out how. Some services have a tight time limit before they automatically activate after a short period of time, like, say, a week. Again, has anyone ever done that? It's buried deep in the service agreement that's rarely ever read by the end user. What about Apple CarPlay? She said, I have far more faith in Apple's information protection than I do in SiriusXM, who partnered with Guardian, a new company that no one really knows about. These companies hope people will assume it's part of their satellite radio service, but it has nothing to do with satellite radio. You can call SiriusXM and get the radio service without this extra service security service, but most people don't know it. Android Auto and Google-based devices are even worse from protecting your privacy. Consumers have no alternatives like Brave or DuckDuckGo browsers when it comes to your connectivity. I hate the term Orwellian has been used to the point of losing its impact, but it really is the only way to describe what's going on with modern technology. Now, she says Volvo outlined on their quarterly earnings call last month that their main competitive advantage going forward will be their superior ability to monitor the activities of their drivers. They're installing more powerful computers, more powerful cameras, microphones, and other sensors to detect your activities in greater detail. And they view that as their number one profit center going forward. GM's OnStar has two separate systems that tracks many GM vehicles. Any GM product with the Global B computer architecture, like the C8 Corvette and most new Cadillacs, are gathering incredible amounts of data about the car and its driver, and are constantly connected to the internet to upload that information. Now, the Global B system cannot be turned off and allows GM to monitor and even disable your vehicle. In the case of a vehicle crash, your data is automatically sent to GM, including things like speed, braking, your reaction time, even the location of vehicles around you. Now, they say it was implemented to protect GM in the case of lawsuits, but that info can also be requested by insurance companies and even the government. GM even performs AI analysis on thousands of data sets to show how self-driving or Super Cruise and automatic driver assistance software features will make your car safer by tracking the number of traffic violations that you make, and how the driver assistance software maybe prevented a possible crash. They say it's all for your good. But isn't that what they always say? Now, what worries me is assuming cars and companies have stopped monitoring us simply because we've asked them to by opting out. Would you actually ever know? But just because you declined a service, that doesn't mean they stopped collecting data. car manufacturers and the service companies can still monitor all your activity. Yeah, to their credit, they tell you this in the fine print, but of course, nobody reads. As far as what the average consumer thinks, the first major story that breaks showing how a private individual was arrested, charged, convicted, and sent to prison entirely based on evidence from vehicle monitoring, that might wake somebody up. Until then, only the informed will see this coming. I'd like most people be concerned about their freedom, but most people need to see the reality before they wake up and speak out. Okay, Lauren Fix says, where are you on this? Let us know and share it with others. Knowledge is power. Yeah, all those features. And we just sat there in the dealership a couple weeks ago when we traded in for the new lease deal, connected the Princess's phone and connected my phone. And each time you go through the process, do you agree to the terms? Yes, proceed. Do you agree? But never saw all the fine print. Do you agree to the terms? So I guess I've signed up for all that. 21 past the hour. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, we pick up there on a Friday. I mean, flip over. A couple of folks checking in via the email this morning. There's Steve in Columbus Friday morning. Good morning, Steve Summers, and all the listeners out there. We can all breathe a sigh of relief. Friday's finally here. After drying out for a day, looks like a somewhat rainy weekend here in central Ohio, which makes perfect for sitting in the house doing nothing. Got the car packed, the coffee is fresh, time to head into town, see what we can get into today. There you go. Everybody enjoy, have a good weekend. You do the same there, Steve. Truck and Phil, happy Friday, coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. 77 with rain this morning in Fort Wayne, and 74 and rain this morning in Sterling Heights, Michigan. Rain, huh? So we'll do it again. Depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights and flip back once again. Have a great weekend, everybody. Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. Good to have you on board. Sundance.
Hey, or Sundance. It don't matter.
Take your pick.
Yeah. I like either one. But anyway, because it just So I heard a lot of stuff from Pappy last night, and I know this is Casual Friday, and I'm not going to tear into all the misinformation, but I don't understand, and I'll call back in Monday night, Tuesday morning with my facts. But he said something about Reagan last night, that Reagan turned this country around.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that?
Absolutely.
Do you believe the same? Do you believe the same thing?
Reaganomics, yes, I do.
Okay, Reaganomics, right? Here, this was the beginning of the downfall, and I'll explain real quick. When Reagan come into office, our national debt was less than $1 trillion in the whole history of the United States. Less than $1 trillion. It was like $900 billion. Okay? Now, Democrats have been running the House and the Senate pretty much for the last 50 years prior to that. The country was great in the 50s and the 60s. I believe everybody agrees with that. The 40s, the greatest generation. Democrats run the country. Now, the Republicans have come in, and they destroy us every chance they get. Because when Reagan left his term after 8 years, you know what our national debt was?
I'm sure you do.
Well,
Go ahead.
Steve,
yeah, I'm sure you do. No, I don't know what it was off the top of my head.
It was over $6 trillion. In 8 years, he went from the whole country, the whole history of our country, less than $1 trillion to over $6 trillion. Now, adjusted for inflation, $24 trillion, right? So if we give Joe Biden $24 trillion, I bet we could do a lot with $24 trillion in this country. But then when we go with George Bush and what happened under his watch, we had Lehman Brothers fall out. We had a fiasco there, and there was $7 trillion bailout there. And then we had Trump, who shut down the economy in March of his last year, March of 2020, not during the election period. So yeah, he was busy doing that. He even went to the hospital with COVID, but he spent a bunch of money there. And they keep giving tax cuts to the rich. So, see, here's what happened. When the rich, back in the day... Hold on.
No, wait a minute.
What happened.
Did you listen to the statistics on the top 1%? The top 1%, the richest people...
I understand that.
They pay 48% of all taxes paid in this country. What the hell do you want them to do?
Okay, Steve, here's the problem. Here is the problem. Okay, they own 87% of the wealth in this country. They own 87% of the wealth, right? So here's what happened. Back in the day, before even Kennedy, you know what the top tax rate used to be? Was 91%, okay? So they had a reason to get rid of their money and give it to their employees, because if they made $1 million, they had to pay $910,000 in taxes, right? They didn't want to have to pay that money. There's no benefit for them to hold on to the money. When you give them tax cuts and knock it down to 28%, now if they make $1 million, they only got to pay $280,000. Oh, they'll pay the $280,000 to keep the $720,000 profit. Hell yeah, that's what happens with tax cuts for the rich. They have no incentive to give it to their employees to make this country go around. That's what makes this country go around. Not hoarding money from the rich. Because when they hoard it, guess what, Steve? We got to go print some more. We got to borrow.
Okay, we got to get a break in here. News break time. We'll be right back.
USA News Update. A gag order prevents former President Trump from speaking out about his hush money trial, but that doesn't apply to his legion of followers. Several Republicans are standing by his side.
We are here to stand with President Trump and to let them know that are trying to silence him that we will not be silenced.
Thursday, Congressman Michael Cloud was one of a handful of backers who joined Trump as he walked into court. NOAA warns that Texas and Louisiana are under a high risk for flash flooding with the potential for up to 9 inches of rain along with tornadoes, damaging winds, and hail. Among the Texas cities facing the greatest threat of severe weather are San Antonio, Austin, and Houston. Vice President Kamala Harris has accepted an invitation to participate in a vice presidential debate this summer. Harris agreed to CBS News' offer for a debate on either July 23rd or August 13th. Donald Trump has not yet announced his vice presidential pick. John Schaefer, USA News.
Right now, you can eliminate odors, mold, mildew, bacteria, and viruses in your home with the Eden Pure Thunderstorm Air Purifier. The Eden Pure Thunderstorm uses Oxy technology that naturally sends out O3 molecules that seek out and destroy odors. The Thunderstorm doesn't mask or cover up bad smells, it eliminates them, leaving that fresh, clean smell, just like after a thunderstorm. The Thunderstorm is small, plugs right into the wall, and fits in the palm of your hand. Put one in your basement, bedroom, family room, kitchen, or anywhere you want clean, fresh air. It even includes a USB cord for your car or truck. Right now, save $200 on an Eden Pure Thunderstorm 3-pack for whole home protection. That's 3 units for under $200, a fraction of the cost compared to other air purifiers. Go to EdenPureDeals.com and use discount code USA3.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We are T-minus 3 weeks until the Carolina kickoff, but the final gun will go off in west central Ohio after a mere 3.5 hectic months. So whether you're a puller or a fan, we hope to see you in September. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. Depending upon how you measure, the NTPA season is either in its 5th month or bearing down on its 1st. True, Region 6 events dotted the midsection of the state of Florida in January, February, and April, and the Mack Trailer Winter Nationals shook off the last of the cold weather blues indoors in Louisville, Kentucky in March. As May turns to June, however, the Grand National Circuit and the 2 most populous regions, 2 and 3, both begin in earnest. Does it then seem odd that this week's radio report would concentrate on the association's season finale? Not at all, because that's the poll where all the pollers want to be, and the one that fans in the know want to see. On Saturday, September 14th, the 37th Enderley Memorial Pull-Off will grace the Champaign County Fairgrounds in Urbana, Ohio for the 18th time since 2006 in a spectacle that has only expanded in competitiveness and prestige since Kent and Joan Enderley agreed to put up the money for the first one back in 1987. Then as now, the ticket to participation is punched entirely on merit. Competitors at both the grand and regional national levels must qualify based on their performance since Enderley time the previous year. And so, pullers across 13 Grand National divisions, Light Superstock, Newfields Ag Superstock Diesel, Superstock Open, High Torque Super Farm, and Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock tractors, CM Pulling Tires 2-wheel drive, 4-wheel drive, Superstock Diesel 4x4, and Dr. Preload Super Semi trucks, and Mini, GMS Manufacturing and Machine Light, Multi-Engine, and Unlimited Modifieds will go at it hammer and tong all year long to be one of 65 GN invitees. It's not easy to make the RN show either, and it's also not so simple. These 45 berths will belong to top point earners across 12 divisions: Light Limited Superstock, Classic Superstock, Super Farm, Light Pro Stock, 4.1 Pro Stock, and Hot Farm tractors, 2-wheel drive, 4-wheel drive, Superstock 4-wheel drive, and Pro Stock Diesel 4x4 3.0 trucks, and Mini and Multi-Engine Modifieds. So heavy is the workload in 5 divisions that pull in Indiana, Michigan, Ohio, and Pennsylvania that the NTPA split them into subregions, and so they'll send qualifiers from each half onto the Enderley. And we've already anointed 5 to participate in Urbana from the Florida events. Your 2024 Region 6 Super Farm qualifiers are the Caseys from North Baltimore, Ohio with Whoopie Maker. Your Hot Farm qualifier is Brian McConnell from Valant, Pennsylvania with Milkman's Mojo. Your 2-wheel drive qualifier is Crystal Wilson from Prince Frederick, Maryland with her Dirty Money. Your modified mini qualifier is Jeff Hurt from Port Clinton, Ohio with B-Bear. And your Region 6 modified qualifiers are the Bargees from Ansonia, Ohio with the Judge Next Generation. Now these teams could all relax, but the Caseys, the Wilsons, Hurt, and the Bargees all have 1 or 2 more vehicles in the hauler. And the only thing better than going down the Champaign County Twin Tracks once is going down them twice. You can watch it all unfold by purchasing event tickets this August in person at O'Reilly Auto Parts registers nationwide or online at ntpapull.com. It's a fast-moving smorgasbord of pulling with classes of between 3 and 5 vehicles apiece. They'll leave it all on the track in a one-run-and-done conclusion to another championship season, one that is, right now, just on the verge of getting started. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Back at it here. Let me see. For what it's worth, we'll come back and even on a casual Friday, getting awful serious. But you get your facts together over the weekend, and I'll get my facts that I'm sure I can counteract your arguments with. How's that sound?
That's fine. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, let's go back to the Nixon administration from that point, from 1970 on to right now, the last 54 years. Our lifetime, Steve, when we were young tykes growing up. We're about the same age. You're about a year or two older than me. But I'm just look at where our country was then versus where we are now, and what are the things that happened that caused this way we are now. And you come up with yours, and I'll come up with mine. But I look at a lot of things the Republican Party has done. They got us into China with Nixon. They took us off the gold standard with Nixon. You know, when you flush the country with cash like they did under Jimmy Carter, because they made the dollar be off the petrodollar. So if anybody wanted to buy oil in the world anywhere, they couldn't use their own money. They had to use American dollars. So that means they got to print up even more money of our money to send it around the world so that we could. That's how they. That's where we got all our money
and
from.
That really is the problem, because no administration, Republican, Democrat, nobody seems to be able to get the spending under control. When you're making $100,000 a year, you can't keep spending $200,000 a year forever. I mean, and that's what our government does.
Right.
That is correct. And they continue to just print up not billions but trillions of dollars every single year. We're printing money we don't have. Why do we? Government got too big. That's what it is, and that's I wish, and we've been begging for years, smaller government. Yeah, half these agencies don't even need to exist. Smaller government, less spending. It at this point, at 34 trillion, approaching 35 trillion, that's our debt. I mean, those numbers, there's no rational way that we're ever going to get that under control. But, Ronald Reagan, thank you, Pappy. The military was a disaster up until Reagan took office. The Vietnam War, Jimmy Carter, slashing the military budget. There was no money for training, no money for flight operations, no money for tanks to practice with live ammunition. Ask anybody that was in the military in the mid to late 70s, and that was like in the mid to late 80s when Reagan took over. Yes, he put a lot of money into the military budget. Same time, he brought the Soviet Union to their knees. They had to tear down the wall. He slashed interest rates from the Carter administration and inflation to where people could afford to start buying things. And as a result, the government increased its tax revenue. Not by tax income, but by revenue, meaning on merchandise and property. Tax revenue went up during the Reagan years. But yes, there's a lot of myths about taxing the rich. And I'm curious to see what Sundance has to say about that. But okay. Doug is on board. What's going on this morning, Doug?
Steve, I had no idea that the human body could convert pure methane into oxygen.
Okay. I guess he's referencing Sundance, right? Is that Russell? What's going on, Russell?
Yes, sir. Hey, alrighty, how you doing today?
Hey, Casual Friday. You know, it's almost beer 30.
I hear you. I've after yesterday, I've worked put in 64 hours, and of course, like I said, I got 2 days off tomorrow. I was gonna real quick, because I know you're getting short on time. I was looking on the internet here. It's talking about Reagan when he took over back in October 23rd, 1981. A lot of the stuff that happened was, which I think Pappy had mentioned just a minute ago about Carter was spending money and printing money and, causing inflation to skyrocket. And the dollar to cause the dollar to crash and everything. And Reagan, like Pappy said, he built up the military back up because, Carter took that away. And also it says in the first term, Reagan implemented Reaganomics, which involved economic deregulation and cuts in both taxes and government spending during a period of stagflation. He escalated an arms race and tradition Cold War policy away from with the Soviet Union. But also, I'm going to tell you, and you just touched on this, it says our national debt exceeds $33 trillion. But the gross national debt, or the gross national debt today equates to $256,316 per household, or $100,901 per person. Since President Biden has increased the national debt by $5.88 trillion. I mean, it's just it's just real bad. But I mean, you can't blame Reagan on what he got into, because it's part of Carter's fault. What happened?
Russell, I appreciate you
anyway,
checking in this morning. Yes, you are correct.
All right, have a good one, Steve.
All right, trying to pull up, let me see here. We saw that when we started the program, hour one, we know they're talking about Houston. And big time damaging winds, tornado alerts passing through Houston Thursday evening. Down transmission lines, which left nearly 1 million people without power. Some of the images coming in here. Was it? Yeah, I'm looking at one of the photos from the downtown Houston area, and it's not just a few windows broken out of some of these skyscrapers. I mean, there's tons of windows broken out, glass littering the streets, glass covering the streets of downtown Houston. So it'll be interesting when the sun comes up this morning. Obviously, the likes of the Weather Channel and all the weather aficionados will be on the ground there. Some of these skyscrapers look like, if you'll recall, the damage when Fort Worth was hit by a tornado a few years ago. All the skyscrapers that had big time damage. Just some of the headlines from Click 2 Houston. We're in recovery mode. Storms kill 4. And see if I can pull up more on that. 4 fatalities. Wow. Widespread damage. Let's see. Windows blown out of downtown high-rise buildings. Widespread damage. Power off to nearly 900,000 people. Says here, Mayor Whitmer confirming 4 were killed, asking Houstonians to stay home. This was last evening. If you're an essential worker, do not go to work today, Friday. The mayor said the city is reaching out to the private sector, asking companies to let people stay home from work Friday so they can be off the streets and home with their kids. There are numerous campuses and schools that have canceled today. We had a storm with 100-mile-per-hour winds, the equivalent of Hurricane Ike, according to the mayor. Now, how the storm went up 290 through the Heights and the city's central business district. We are in recovery mode. It could take 24 hours to get things cleared and running in some areas, 48 hours in others. Firefighters were taking live wires off highways. The mayor urging people stay away from downtown because of all the glass and debris. It's been hands-on all night tonight. Downtown is a mess. Stay home tonight. Stay home tomorrow, which is today. The number of outages overwhelmed CenterPoint Energy, which warned customers your outage updates, as well as our ability to provide estimated restoration times, may be delayed or unavailable. Please offer patience. The storm halted the Astros game and forced ground stops at both airports. An army of tow truck drivers was out pulling cars off streets where drivers were no match for flash flooding. At Postino's restaurant, patrons abandoned happy hour and crowded into the kitchen away from the large windows. As the dark clouds and rocketing rain moved through, there were a number of emergency alerts that went off multiple times, warning people to take shelter, with tornado warnings extended at least 3 times there in Houston. In the Cypress near Town Lake, what looks like a funnel cloud or tornado. We won't know until the National Weather Service comes out to assess that here on Friday. But you can see the cloud formations with the distinctive cone reaching down toward the ground. And, man, the big buildings downtown, what a mess. We'll return after this on a Friday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Brother Rambler on the line this Friday morning. I know you changed routes a few weeks ago. Are you been riding in some of this stormy weather, the flooding rains? What's going on in your neck of the woods?
Oh, Steve, let me tell you, man. Yeah, that's one of the reasons I hadn't called in all week because, it's been bad. Yeah, I'm over here. I do what's called the Hammond, Louisiana route, and my last store is right there in Robert, Louisiana, famous for the Walmart frozen food warehouse. Cool, but yeah, man, it's the only thing benefiting from this over here is the mud bugs, and you don't know what a mud bug is. That is occasion for crawfish. But yeah, a lot of flooding, a lot of trees down, a lot of limbs down. I was coming through here the other night. It was bad. Of course, last night and this morning, it almost blew me over, Steve. It really did. I mean, it was every bit of, 80 mile an hour winds coming through here. And I got off there at exit 40. And for those of you who travel I-12, that's the Petro Pilot exit right there that's got the roundabouts. So I got off there and had to put the four-ways on down to 25 miles an hour to get down there to Ponchatoula. And the roads flooded, limbs down. I mean, cars stalled, everything. It got really bad, brother. It got really bad. So, but I apologize to everyone. I've just been busy this whole week, and normally I'll take my phone with me, but man, Steve, it's been raining almost every day.
Yeah,
I've been
I know.
To leave the phone in the truck and get out, put on the rain jacket, and do my job, But just because I don't call in, don't mean I don't think about everybody and pray for everybody. And we just want to lift everyone up in prayer that absolutely need it. Miss Millie, let's see here, Brucey Schroer, our old buddy Brucey, and he's got a friend named Vincent that needs prayer, and so many others, Steve, that just needs a touch from God. I just want to remind everyone that we are having church this Sunday over at Determined Ministries Church. Steve, our message is going to be it's going to be a multi-part message about the Holy Spirit, because this Sunday, according to our calendar, is the day of Pentecost. It's when the Holy Ghost came to this earth to dwell permanently. And of course, you can always read more the book of Acts, chapter 1 and 2, and everything like that. But we're going to be describing who the Holy Spirit is, and He is a person, He is a gentleman, He is the third member of the Triune Godhead. But you can tune in, come on, be with us, Determined Ministries Church, 5 o'clock p.m. we go live, and I tell you, we're looking forward to having you all log in and come with us, sing some of our old-timey, those old Holy Ghost gospel songs you grew up singing, listening to. That's what we like to sing. And, you know, we always give the plug for Steve Summers, the Overnight Drive, sponsored by Hot Shot Secret. And, Steve, I was just, moosing around your website, overnightdrive.com. And, there's a lot of great things you have over there, brother. I mean, look, your website, the store never closes, and it never hurts anybody to stop in and look. I mean, I know the economy's tough, money is kind of tight, but, hey, go to the overnightdrive.com and just look. You might find something reasonable you can get and help support the show. And by helping support Steve Summers, guess what? You're also supporting us, because you're also coming in, you're giving our church a chance. And listen, we are a church for you, but I know we got time's running short. You probably got a few more callers, or one more caller that wants to get in here, or two more, or maybe got one more story.
You're gonna close it out. You're gonna close it out this Friday morning, Brother Rambler.
Well, then praise God. Then I'll do another 2 more minutes then, and I will get off here. It was great to hear Always Moving. I have not heard from her in a while, so I heard she called in the other night.
Yes.
That's wonderful, tremendous. And I was glad to hear her call in.
And I meant to mention, she was planning on calling in several times this week. Now, she did send me an email earlier, like when we first started the show, a couple of photographs that her friend that was on that honor flight last weekend or whatever, she's been filling the dumpster and her purging vacation. And I guess her body got a bit more of a workout than she was expecting, so that's why we didn't hear from her again.
Well, I tell you what, that sweet lady gave her age one time, and I won't give it out on the air because I was taught, and every young man and old man should be taught, you never ask a woman three things. Her weight, her age, and, well, let's just leave it at that.
Okay.
Her weight and her age. So, but always moving to be, at the age she is, and I won't say her age. She's a very healthy lady. I know she keeps herself healthy. It's good to have her calling in, and I hope she calls in more because she's very entertaining, and we miss hearing from her. And of course, we got to hear from our own resident antagonist, Sundance, and I ain't got enough time to get in, but Reagan was one of the greatest presidents ever. So, and
I bet we'll get into that next week. And right there, that's we do have. The clock says it's go time. Happy Friday. Have a great weekend. Come back midnight, Sunday night, Monday morning for our next edition.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. what's better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.